Deadly Morsel by Juliann Whicker, Part 3, Chapter 25. You were supposed to come to my party, not hers. Zach's voice was low, amused. I glanced at him, then shrugged. Pete's liable to take off his clothes at the slightest provocation. I was protecting her from him. That's my job, protect Penny from dangerous mages. He smiled at me slightly sharper before he raised his bottle and drank. I thought it was just me you were supposed to protect her from. I took my own bottle and clinked it against his. Here's to a long and prosperous marriage. Pete showed up a few minutes later with a ripped shirt and his perennial grin in place. You stole my gig. Was I awesome? Moderately. What happened to you? Accidentally got in between Viney and Wit. Zach laughed. You're an idiot. Pete scowled at Zach. Says the only mage I know who doesn't understand the pleasure in being between two witches as well put together as those two. Teddy laughed and put a hand on Pete's shoulder. Are you in this party? I can tell you aren't. Run along before the groom decides he wants to start the pummeling early. Pete shrugged off Teddy's hand, shot me a glance that reminded me of the mouse in my pocket. It was a protected pocket, so he wasn't squished when Penny had jumped into my arms. My shoulders ached from that, but it wouldn't last long enough. Here, keep him safe, I said, handing him over and ignoring the looks Teddy and Zach gave me. Are you sure she's marrying the right mage? That was Lars, his enormous form not quite solid. Zach glared at him. He hated every mage besides me. Why was I exempt from his particular snarl? There must be something wrong with me. I hope I'm not late. Lester slid into a chair he'd pulled out, obviously not taking part in any pool playing. Because how could we survive without you? Zach asked with a snarl. He was in a particularly bad mood. I should talk to him, find out what was bothering him. Did he have something against me playing Pete with Penny? She'd turned ordinary magic into something truly mesmerizing. I zoned out, remembering her laugh, the whip of her hair in my eyes, her lithe body moving with mine along the iron strut, trusting me to be her gravity. Teddy elbowed me. Your turn, he said with a small smile. I smiled back, took my cue, drained my drink and focused on making up for how dull and dreadful Zach was. After a few hours we moved into Darkside, and after drinking and fighting to our heart's content, I stepped through side, back into my room. I reeled around for a moment before I summoned a drink that would sober me up. I clenched my jaw as the flavor triggered my retch reaction. It won. I threw up in the bidet, just because that's how much I missed Penny. Penny. I washed my face and headed to the alley on the northeast side where I could feel the bond tugging. I stopped in the shadows, thickening them in front of me as I watched her with her Darkside delivermen. I cast the tiniest enhancement spell so I could hear their low voices. I know it's awkward and a little last minute, but I thought you could give me away at the wedding. Give away. Revere can't make it, and I hope my real father doesn't come. You're the closest thing I have to a father figure. Is that sick, or what? He laughed, a rumbling growl that set my hair on end. Not literally. My hair was perfectly mussed and spelled to stay that way. Ah, cara mia, I would be honored to play a part in your wedding. Do you require that I wear pink? No, black suit, please. Do you have a dress? She hesitated. Zach is picking something out for me. It'll be at the church. Are you sure I have to get married? He took her hand, clasping it tightly. If you aren't married before you're 18, the curse will rip you apart. You'll beg for death or your father's care. She nodded and patted his head. I was just checking. You would rather marry a different mage. I'm not actually counting too much on this wedding happening. Zach will probably get to the altar and then realize that he'd rather marry his ion rod instead of me. He laughed and ruffled her hair with his enormous hand. He touched her too much. He wrapped his arms around her like he'd heard my thoughts and was rubbing in the fact that she could embrace a monster like him. She didn't stay in his arms long. She slipped out of his grip and smiled at him before putting her hands on his face, smoothing over the deformed features until she slumped down and he caught her. his hands large enough to encompass her waist. He made her look very small, very delicate and vulnerable. I clenched and unclenched my fists. Darkness ruffled around Signor and then pulsed through Penny until she stood on her own. She offered him a small smile and turned, walking past me without seeing me. I watched her going instead of paying attention to Signor. His voice was right beside my ear, spying on me or Penny. I stepped away from him and turned with a frown. "Do you have the wards prepared for the church's perimeter?" He nodded. "I do." "You sound like the groom. Don't tell me that you wish you were taking her instead of giving her away." "All right, I won't." He smiled at me, teeth sharp, gleaming. I swallowed. He could take her away if he wanted to. Why didn't he? I still didn't understand. She was worth worlds. The things a Darksider could do with her were limitless. If you want to continue your relationship with her, you should write it out in a contract. He shrugged enormous, knobby shoulders. She requested that I write a contract for the gold and death mages, but not me. We have too many unwritten words between us. Our contract, if written, would be too ugly. Would it? What would it say? Nothing you could understand. Is there anything else you want, Green Mage? The treaty will be ready soon. Will you sign it Friday morning? He nodded soberly. I will. Why? He smiled at me. It suits me. You should expect a battle that afternoon. Will he wait until after the wedding? I shrugged and my skin itched. He's waited this long. He studied me for a long time. So have I. What do you have against Sooth? Anything personal? Not personal. Sooths and my family have a long history of hatred. What about Penny? Do you hate her as well? He smiled sharply. I'll let you think as you like. I honestly don't know. If you liked her, wouldn't you take her away? If you didn't like her, wouldn't you kill her? If you saw the value of her, you would at least make use of her. You think that I haven't made use of her? I have far too much for my conscience. I laughed and grinned at him. Conscience? Did you actually use that word in earnest? Remarkable. He shrugged his enormous shoulders. Yes, one consequence of partaking of her sanity is sharing her empathy, her morality, her conscience. It puts me in a very peculiar situation. The world I rule isn't known for virtue. Will they eat you alive? He grinned at me, fangs descending. I have confidence in my self-defense. You should visit sometime. Darkness? Tempting? No, it really wasn't. That was the land the sun never touched in Darkside's orbit. Maybe once every 100 years. He laughed and shook his head. It isn't all bloodbaths and cannibalism. You have culture? Music? Art? Dance? Of course he sounded amused. Why are you so opposed to Sooth? The myth is that the original deception sorcerer tricked my ancestor into trading his beautiful, heavenly valley for the darkness. Our people had to adapt, become creatures of blood and stone. That does sound irritating. Couldn't you reclaim your birthright or whatever? It was centuries ago. Millennia. If it happened. My domain has expanded far past the original darkness. I find it quite convenient to build a kingdom on trade and business rather than raw brutality. It's less expensive and easier to maintain. I always thought so. Do you think I should let her marry him? He hesitated before he shook his shaggy mane. He's a Daysider. What difference does it make? I still don't understand how you can let her marry another mage without some kind of contract to retain your relationship. I don't need a paper contract. Why not? He smiled terrifyingly. We share a blood contract. Enjoy your morning, mage. He nodded at me and headed back towards his truck. A blood contract? I gritted my teeth and wanted to rip him apart, but he was helping with the entire ridiculous wedding. Zach was taking meticulous care of every detail. It would be a boring, traditional wedding, as Penny claimed she wanted. She would hate it. Was that her point? At least I'd saved her from a traditional bachelorette party. Zack was at the church, snarling at absolutely everyone, but the spell work was going well. I wandered around, fixing a few spell points idly, writing down some notation for a song that would truly capture the essence of the Ferris wheel while I watched the process. I could use that music in the tourney Saturday night. I shook my head and the thoughts of Penny Lane's honeymoon out of it, focusing on the spell work. It would be a double church. The real church would be there, in Fairfield, and the inside that Penny would be married in would be on Stoneborough land, shielded and protected so profoundly that absolutely nothing could get through unless it was invited. At least that was the plan. Zack stormed around, ordering his spell mages like he knew what he was doing. He kind of seemed to be on top of it. Had he studied it out or just retained more than me? That's right, he was a genius mage or something. I kind of missed him sulking and being suicidal all the time. He wasn't quite so irritating. Drake, hold the line, he said, forcing me to walk all the way to the corner where the spell work was seeping into the earth. The earth didn't want spell work. Naturally, because it was a church. Human faith made spell work slippery. I knelt down and prayed, 4 lines of humility and submission, and the spells took, snapping into place. I brushed off my knees as I stood, ignoring the looks of the spell mages around me. It was like they'd never been inside a church before. Zack's look when he glanced at me was contemptuous. I sighed. How was he supposed to marry Penny if he couldn't suspend his disbelief on a regular basis? I stood there with the spell work filling the air until my nostrils burned. Zack was going all out on this. At least he took protecting her seriously. He was going to marry her, protect her, but would he love her? He strode up and down, yanking on this mage, correcting that one, reminding me of Senior Stoneborough. Where was Zack supposed to find affection? He loved pitch, but you couldn't really love something like that. All violence and strength without a shred of vulnerability. Could Zack possibly appreciate a witch that needed so much care and affection when he craved a witch no one could touch? I stepped through side and came out in the hall outside Lilac Stories. I pressed my hand on the door and held myself very still until I wrenched the door open and walked in. Viney was playing a video game with Penny on the hideous couch. I walked over and flung myself down on top of both of them. I stared up at Penny, my head on her lap. Her lips were parted as she stared at me, frozen, heart pounding so I could hear it. "What's your problem?" Drake Viney said, shoving my legs off her. I landed on the floor, but my head was still in Penny's lap. She licked her lips. "What are you doing?" "Watching a horror movie. Viney's going to make the popcorn, or she's going to go somewhere else." "Can't you tell we're already busy?" Viney said, hitting me with a pillow. I ignored her as I stared up at my witch. "I need you to protect me from the scary monsters." She carefully traced my nose. "Drake, be careful or I'm going to break your nose." It was made to be broken. Her lips twitched and her fingers trailed down to my mouth. I think her eyes went unfocused and her breath caught as she stared at my lips. She blinked and sat up straight. "Viney, horror movie. I need monsters." Viney grumbled but went to work setting up things while I stayed on Penny's lap, not moving, just soaking her in. "I'm not sure this is okay," she said quietly. "I don't care. You know." She frowned at me, fiercely. "You broke my heart. You say that like it's a bad thing." A smile flickered over her soft mouth. Zack would be kissing her tomorrow. I sat up and caught her lips, only for a moment, before she had the chance to respond, either to kiss me back or to repel me. I rolled off her and stumbled through side, coming out in the barren wastes like the searing sands would clear my thoughts. I sat down with my elbows on my knees and stared at the swirling dust. Could I do it? Could I stand at Zack's side and watch him take my witch? It wasn't possible. The rage stirred and rippled inside me, turning my fingers to claws and my mouth into the jaws of death. I spit acid that pocketed the earth while I struggled with the rage, the green anger that swelled and swelled like an ocean inside of me. Did Penny want me at the ceremony? I was part of the contract. I had to be there to make sure that Zack followed through and take his place if he didn't. I blinked the rage out of my eyes and licked my lips with a sinewy tongue that shifted back into some semblance of humanity. I ran my claws through my hair until they returned to fingers, and I chased the blood back into my skin. Was there any chance that Zack would betray her? He was a mage. His nature was twisted by his parents and by Pitch. She'd tamed the Prince of Darkness. She could tame a baby Daysider. I scowled at my knees. I needed to finish her wedding present. I needed to take care of the legalities. I needed to do it today. I stood and stepped through side, coming out at the business offices where the Huntsman employees watched me with a hush that followed my footsteps. I didn't come here often enough. This was Jasper's domain. I took an elevator to the real estate floor. They should be able to take care of everything in 24 hours.
Deadly Morsel, Chapter 26. My dress went up to my chin and fell over my wrists in a cascade of ruffles and silk satin that fluttered with every movement. Was this traditional? It looked like one of my tea party outfits, only with a skirt that swept the ground, swaying over the layers and layers of underskirts. My hair was half up, twisting into an elaborate curl like some kind of pastry with ringlets down my back and over my shoulders. Diamond pins glittered like the sparkles on my eyelids. The bodice and sleeves were extremely tight-fitted while the skirt poofed out, covering the tourney-grade white boots. The woman who dressed me and did my hair and makeup didn't talk. Good, because I wasn't sure I wasn't going to burst into tears at any moment. What if Zack stood me up? What if he didn't? What if my father crashed the wedding and slaughtered everyone? What if Drake changed his mind and dragged me away into Darkside on his dragon and ended up fighting Signor? That thought made my heart tighten. I wanted his head on my lap, his green eyes gazing at me like there wasn't anything else in the world. He shouldn't have kissed me. He should have kissed me longer. I'd watched the horror movie with Viney for company. She did not appreciate my clinginess. She worried me. All my chem girls did. I didn't understand their motivations. Did I understand Zack's? Ian, Teddy, even Lester wanted alliances? That made some kind of sense. But what did the witches get out of being nice to me, other than herders and tech and lollipops? My stomach ached as I sat there, staring at my reflection, the beautiful bride doll just waiting for her groom. I closed my eyes and for a moment saw Drake standing in my mother's conservatory, dressed in his tuxedo, waiting for me. I opened my eyes wide before I started to cry or something irrational like that. Where was the woman? She'd told me it would be 5 minutes, but that had been hours and hours. Or maybe it just felt like hours. Cara Mia, are you ready? I stumbled from the chair and into my old friend's chest, gripping his lapels and breathing in and out, trying to keep it together. This would be fun. Lots of cake and stuff at this wedding. He pressed a hand to my head like rocks avalanching over the rising panic, calming me down. He didn't say anything, just held me in his immovable grasp until my heart stopped, changed from sharp and piercing to a dull ache that I could almost breathe through. I pulled back and gave him a bright smile. Do I look pretty? No one else will say anything nice. Beautiful. He nodded soberly. I bit my bottom lip and grabbed him around the neck, raising on my tiptoes to stare into his eyes. This is your last chance to steal me away. Cara Mia, do you want to live in the dark, drinking blood and death like you eat lollipops? I blinked at him as I considered. How dark? He laughed and pressed his thumb to my forehead, somehow getting out of my grip without seeming to pull away. He held out his arm to me like he'd picked up how to be a gentleman in the course of delivering packages. I put my fingers on his forearm and let myself walk like I was a princess or a ballerina out of the small room and into the main hall. The church was much larger on the inside than it seemed from the outside. It was another church I'd never been to. How many churches did Fairfield have? The music was light and airy. Like the room, the sun shone through stained glass, gold and blue like jewels. A dove flew past me, brushing my arm with a rustling wing. There were so many people. They were dressed beautifully with elaborate coifs and elegant dresses beside sober gentlemen in black suits. How peculiar. It was like the set of a movie. Were real weddings like this? My eyes slid over the guests and down the aisle towards the red-haired man standing with one hand in his pocket, the other holding a lollipop. Black cherry. He'd kept one. Drake's eyes met mine over the lollipop, and he winked at me before glancing over at the mage, who stood in his tuxedo, looking a bit villainous, to be perfectly honest. Zach's hair was slicked back, his glamour gone, leaving his eyes electric and deadly, his mouth a curve of amusement. My feet stopped working. Signora's hand covered mine, and I felt a pulse of comfort and strength, but it didn't help. My mother married my father when she loved Revere. I loved Zach with his Peter Pan face, but all that love would twist inside of me like it had twisted my parents. I remembered something else, something Scratch hadn't shown me. My mother gasped from the front where she drove. Ahead of us in the dark road, a figure stood, a man in a long black coat that flickered in the wind. When the headlights illuminated his face, he stared at my mother, his eyes filled with obsession, desire. That look. I blinked the church back into focus, fighting off the fear, the nausea. Zach looked at me like my father looked at my mother, right before he ripped her to pieces and cursed me, a curse that she had taken the brunt of. I would never be able to resist Drake if he came to me and put his head on my lap, or held me against the door and bit my neck. At the same time, I loved Zach, trusted him, was vulnerable to him the way my mother was to my father. If I married him to save Drake, not only would it make Zach vulnerable to my father, it would turn him into him. My mother had loved me more than him. That was her betrayal, her ability to love another. I already loved someone else. I couldn't help but betray him, however much I tried not to. "Cara mia," Signor whispered. I gasped and looked up at him. His eyes were so dark with a red rim around the pupil. I pulled away from him, ash and smoke for a moment, as I spun away and ran back down the aisle, my boots gripping the dusty pink carpet beautifully. He'd made me such beautiful boots. It was such a beautiful wedding. I broke through the doors and out into the sunshine. I kept running down a small road that I didn't remember in Fairfield. We were somewhere else. How annoying. I ran along the road until I saw a meadow on the side with horses grazing behind the high fence. I waded through the long grasses and gripped the white rail, hanging onto it while I tried to think, to not be in this ridiculous situation. I think you're supposed to have a maid of honor or something to run after you. I guess I'm stuck with it. Zach spoke quietly, leaning next to me, staring back at the road. I gripped the rail tighter before I grabbed his hand and dug in my nails, cutting a pattern into his skin. "Tell me that you aren't in love with me, Penny, that you're just marrying me to secure your place as my herder assistant." He sighed and pulled his hand out of mine. "Putting me under mage oath without my permission is against the law, Penny, even if you aren't a mage, so it should be called something else." I thought so. It's the Peter Pan's face. "Freaks you out." I snagged his hand, his blood on my skin. "Zach, tell me that you don't love me." He was quiet for a long time. That was me saying that. I can't even say what I can't say. You have strangely strong oath skills. You could be a mage cop with your skills. You do love me. Why? Was it the sunbathing suit? I never should have worn that. I am such an idiot. I felt guilty for a long time. Pitch. I loved her. I would always love only her. But then you came with your short skirts and lollipops. Nothing like Pitch, but I looked forward to seeing you, talking to you, messing with you. You brought me back to life after Pitch killed me. I slumped against the fence with my eyes tightly closed. I can't marry you. Okay. I opened my eyes to stare at him. Really? What am I supposed to do then? I can't marry anyone. I'm too conscientious, too prone to guilt. You feel guilty for letting anyone else touch you when you belong to Drake. That's part of it, but also, how could I break anyone else? Turn them over to my monster father, or worse, turn them into him. You think I'll be like your dad? I'm not a deception sorcerer. I do love you and stuff, but you make me happy. Being with you, working in the lab or on Rosie, it's enough for me. It makes life sweet. You make my life sweet, not just bearable, not just a miserable existence lit by moments of bright violence. Sweet. I ran my hand through my hair, snagging on diamond pins. I hated them. I yanked my hair apart, letting the star drops fall to the fresh sprigs of grass. You're insane. How we like Pitch and Penny. It was always you. He shrugged and smiled sweetly. He was wearing his nice boy face. The one that was a complete lie, except not always. He was good with animals. I reached out and touched his face, the smooth skin. I stepped into him and pulled his head towards mine. I kissed him. He tasted sweet, his lips soft and pliant. His hands found my waist, then my hip, the bond flaring to life as I gripped his wrist, completing the circuit. The kiss ended soon, tasting more bitter, less sweet as we pulled away. What was that for? You don't want to marry me, but you want to kiss me? He shrugged. I guess I can put up with it. It's not as annoying as you putting your feet in my face. You don't act like you love me. I don't love you like Drake. He's a romantic idiot. I idolize Pitch. He idolizes his mother. She was gentle, sweet, like you, when she wasn't stark, raving mad. The fact that you have no magic, that you'll never go mad, that makes you 1,000,000 times more priceless to Drake. I don't care about that, but he does. If you're not going to marry me, you'd better marry him. I shook my head. I can't. He doesn't want to. And it'll make a mess of his life with my dad, and his life is already in shambles because of you. He's giving you up to keep you safe. You're trying to marry me to protect him. You two are clearly in desperate need of someone sensible who can make certain you don't ruin each other's lives out of altruism. I'm just the mage for that. I'm not going to marry Drake. We already tried that. Do you have another mage in mind that you won't mind letting your father destroy? A mage you can't love. Jackson would be an ideal candidate. But he won't marry you. Even if you have his bond, it's not that strong. I also won't let you marry anyone other than Drake. Why do you find it so essential that I get married? He cupped my chin and stared at me, his eyes still soft, but his mouth in a firm line. I love you. I love you. I love you 1,000,000 times more than I love Pitch. I died without her. What do you think would happen if I lost you? If you don't marry a mage by the time you're 18, the curse will consume you. I'm fine with being your friend or whatever, but if you die, I die. If you run off to Darkside and Signor kills you, he'll have to kill me too. I exhaled and put my face against his neck, breathing in the scent of him. He didn't smell like anything other than nice, clean pine soap. You don't even smell like you want me anymore. Nope. There are spells for things like that. I knew it would freak you out. If I could feel guilty about betraying Pitch, there's no way you wouldn't be ripped apart by guilt about Drake. Your true love, marrying another even to save him. Your conscience is much further developed than mine will ever be. Also, you shouldn't talk about smelling people's desire. It's super creepy. I pushed away, laughing at him, before the laugh ebbed out of me. I can't marry Drake. I won't let you die with me. I guess we should create a few more options. He grinned and gripped my shoulder, ripping through the dress to the skin beneath. I gasped at the sudden flare of pain, and then Drake was there, still sucking on his black cherry lollipop. "You could have texted," he said dryly, frowning at my shoulder. I shifted it uncomfortably, like he'd touched it with burning flames of agonizing tenderness, instead of glancing at it casually. "Penny won't marry me. That puts you up." Drake raised his eyebrows. "I don't think so. We could just spell her so she goes through the rituals." Zach scowled at him. "And that wouldn't be against the contract?" "It would be before the contract goes into effect. You couldn't spell her to manipulate her after the wedding. But before, it's perfectly fine." I sighed. "You are both so adorable. Too bad I'm not going to marry either one of you." Drake scowled suddenly. "Zach won't let you marry Lester." I shook my head and grabbed his hand. I held on tight. My heart started pounding and I couldn't breathe very well. How could I risk him? I glanced at Zach. I couldn't hurt him either. "Drake, what do you have on Sooth?" Zach asked, crossing his arms. "I know you've been messing around in Darkside ever since your botched wedding." Drake frowned. "Not enough. I think it's time to go on the offense. You've been swearing all those Darkside mercenary mages fealty. You have a dragon. I have an arsenal that could wipe Darkside out of existence. You have an alliance against Sooth with the Devil of Darkside and the Prince of Darkness. What does Sooth have? Why haven't you crushed him yet?" Drake eyed me before he sighed and ran a hand through his hair. "I can't hurt him without it hurting her." Zach raised his eyebrows. "There's no way around that. I've been working on collecting his debts, but Hale is a problem. His son is slated as Penny's Darkside husband. All the powers of Hale are against us." "Excuse me, my Darkside what?" Drake glanced at me in faux shock. "You didn't know that you were bound to marry the son of a sorcerer?" "Maybe it was supposed to be a surprise." "Surprise!" Someone cleared his throat behind us. I turned expecting Signori, but instead Lester lurked, looking strangely at home in the bucolic scenery. "She isn't going to marry you," Zach said, pointing at him with a glower. Lester smiled slightly but raised his hands. "That's convenient, since I don't have a contract. The guests are getting restless. The doves are nesting in people's hats. You might want to cancel the wedding. There are still a few weeks until Penny's birthday." Zach snapped his fingers and the contract appeared in his hands. He muttered under his breath, and the whole thing turned itself inside out before settling back down into his arms. "Drake, sign this. Lester, as much as I despise you, you aren't a completely idiotic mage. Any ideas how to defeat the deception sorcerer and save Penny from a fate worse than death?" "Or just death," I said. Zach shot me a dark look. "No death for you. You must live so I don't die without you." "Lester?" He inhaled deeply before he shrugged. "The, Darkside fiance, have you made any contact with him?" "If I had, he'd be dead," Drake said with a slight smirk. Lester raised his eyebrow. "He's the son of Hale, kind of notorious in his own way. Not as gossip-worthy as the Green Mage, but you might want to be a little more humble if you do encounter him." "Does he have a name?" I asked. "Other than son of Hale?" Lester shrugged. "I don't know. Names are slippery things in Darkside." I rubbed my forehead. It didn't help my headache, even a little bit. "Okay. So, all I have to do is convince this son of Hale that he doesn't want to marry me, and then he can ally against Sooth and we win. Great. Where is he? How dead would I be if I talked to him? And also, why does he want to marry me?" "His father thought it would be an advantageous match," Drake said, sneering for a moment before it faded, and instead stared at me with gleaming eyes. "You're an aberration with no magic. He wants his son to be happy. You're the best chance, the only chance any Darksider has for happiness. I didn't think Darksiders were into happiness. Sorcerers are different, and he's married to a human. So his son is a Daysider. I shook my head. So he probably doesn't really want to marry me anyway. If we can give him something even more valuable, maybe he'll change his dad's mind. Maybe he's in love with some Darkside witch who rips him apart every full moon. Maybe he's being forced into a loveless marriage against his will and will kill himself in a dual suicide with his true love on the night of our ill-omened wedding. Lester cleared his throat. Maybe. I lowered my hand from where I'd flung it dramatically across my brow. You don't think so? He shrugged his massive shoulders. That kind of thing doesn't really happen in Darkside. Sorry. It sounded really evocative. Drake sighed and grabbed my elbow. Penny, you can't go to Darkside looking for your mysterious fiancé. Your best friend Signor will kill you, or your dad will rip you apart if you go to Darkside. I think I can find him, Lester said. I think I can bring him here. What if we do a time bubble on the wedding? Take care of everything else, and then Drake goes ahead and marries Penny in Zach's place. We all stared at him. He kind of shrank back from all the attention. He was so sweet. I grabbed his hand. He met my eyes calmly, like he was waiting for me to mage swear him to something. He didn't mind. He never minded, didn't he lie constantly? He was a bit odd, adorably so. What's in it for you? I asked. He smiled and squeezed my hand. We're allied, right? You're going to be a world maker. Also, if I help with your wedding, probably my projects will be well funded by Stoneborough and Huntsman if he ever gets his business in order. Also, I like you. I smiled at him. Okay. Wait. Not okay. We have to set up wards and protective barriers. And allowing a Darksider here who isn't Signor, not okay. Zach's voice rose, and he accidentally pulled a weapon. I snagged it out of his hand and put it in the top of my boot. I don't see how Signor is okay. Also, why isn't he here? Wouldn't he be a good person to involve in this whole thing? Can't come out of the church because this is the heart of Stoneborough land. It's incredibly well protected. We can meet in a half-world, Lester said. An unprotected half-world? Not the best idea, Drake said. Isn't her house one of those? Zach asked. Meeting an ally of my father's at my mother's house? She'd kill me. Drake frowned. No, that's actually a good idea. No, it's not, I scowled at him. He was so beautiful. Was there any chance that I could actually marry him? Of course not. If I didn't have to marry him, why would he marry him? Why would he marry him? Even if I didn't have to. I took a step closer to him while my heart ached with longing. In a heartbeat. I was such an idiot. He looked at me, his eyes gleaming, shot through with acid green. Was any color more beautiful? He cleared his throat. Is this what you want to do? I glanced at Zach's scowl, Lester's thoughtful frown, and nodded. Don't you think that I can irritate him enough to decide that he'd rather not marry me? But what else can I give him? First, we'll find out what he wants. Everyone wants something. Drake didn't say it like that would be difficult to give him what he wanted. The only Darksider I knew wanted a kiss for his brother. That had been unpleasant, but it was valuable. I was valuable. I nodded. Let's do it. Deadly Morsel, Chapter 27. Lester stepped out of existence, and Zach strode towards the church, leaving me with Drake. He cleared his throat. Why aren't you marrying Stoneborough? I shifted beside him. He loves me. Ah, so I'm a much better candidate since I don't love you. I glanced at him, then away at the horse that just shook her mane. It was so beautiful and peaceful there. No one would have to marry me if we defeated my father. I think I would. His voice was a low murmur, and the scent of ashes and black cherries wafted around me. Why? I gripped the fence and studied the brown horse intently, like brown was my favorite color or something. I really like tucking you in bed. He brushed the back of my hand, barely a touch, but it burned. I laughed and sounded half hysterical. That one stupid touch raced through all of me, making my pulse throb and my stomach tighten. I remember. You tied me with my hair. I begged you to marry me. Begged you to marry me. Begged you. What changed? He exhaled and slid his hand around my waist. Do you want me to beg? Please, Penny. If we defeat your father, marry this wicked mage and make him miserable for the rest of his life. If you'd like, I'll spell my hair long so you can tie me up anywhere you like. I've wanted to hang in your attic ever since I saw your life-sized voodoo doll. I've craved your sweetness, your darkness, your lollipops from the moment you grass-stained my perfect wool pants. I can be useful to you. I can give you dragon rides beneath a full moon. I can immaculately press your tea party outfits. I can make you scream from pleasure, pain, and a million things in between. His voice was the merest whisper, breath hot against my ear before he nipped the tender skin with his sharp teeth, then enclosed it with his wet mouth. I went limp with his arms. He tasted my skin as though he had all the time in the world. Drake, why would you want to marry me? Seriously. I tried to push him away, but only gripped his shoulders and pulled him closer. Traitorous fingers. Seriously? His voice was a low growl. He scraped his teeth over the side of my neck. It will infuriate all the females and most of the males at Rosewood. He cupped the base of my head and enclosed my throat with his mouth. His tongue, which I hated so very little. It will give me the chance to torment you in new and mesmerizing ways. His hand slid down to my shoulder, and his nails bit into the skin around my huntsman logo. Seriously, I'm a dragon lord. The call to Darkside has always been incredibly strong, but the call to you is much stronger. I want you in my bed as long as I live. I inhaled as his lips went lower, to the collar of my dress. It seemed much too high. Your bed would have to be at least a few acres across. He raised his face to stare into my eyes. Penny, that is an extremely good point. My bed isn't big enough to keep you in. And it doesn't swing. Maybe I should stop trying to convince you to marry me. I'm the worst mage you could possibly marry. I mean, other than being the second handsomest mage in the world. Are you incredibly superficial? That would help. I laughed and took his face in my hands. You are the worst mage in the world because you're the sweetest, most selfless, compassionate, loyal, brave, and good person I've ever met. He went so pale that his freckles stood out. You don't have to insult me quite so thoroughly. I kissed him as he tried to pull away. I kissed him until his arms came around me, and he kissed me with a wildly euphoric mix of tenderness and wildness that left me dizzy and wobbly when he finally pulled away. Ah, my heart, my soul, my breathtakingly inane lollipop queen, how could I live without you? Marry me. If I marry you, sometimes I'll bring Senior Mort to bed with me, and he'll nip you if you don't behave. He sighed heavily, then grinned, sharp teeth gleaming beneath his sparkling eyes. Jello might eat you. I giggled. As long as our expectations are clear. As long as Senior Mort isn't the only one that nips me. As long as Jello isn't the only one who eats me. Drake's eyes widened. Penny Lane, are you suggesting that I make a morsel out of you? I cocked my head and studied him for a long time. Who needs 10 toes? He pulled me against him, holding my head firmly so I couldn't look at him or scrape his neck with my teeth. Don't tempt a wicked mage. I would give you all the fingers of my right hand if you wished it. I think they're much more useful attached to you, but I'll remember the offer. Drake, I'm afraid that if I marry you, I'll be too happy. Good. I will do my best. I will genuinely do everything in my power to make you as deliriously happy as possible. He kissed my fingers one by one, only nibbling on my pinky for a moment before he gave me a wicked smile. You will marry me. You didn't even put up a fight. You were probably about to propose to me. I should have held out for it. I adore you begging me to love you. I think about it often, all the things I could have said instead of... He winced. I am sorry. Self-sacrifice is a miserable thing. Let's not do it ever again. I laughed. I thought you liked being miserable. Not like that. Making you hurt like that gave me no pleasure. I was rather surprised, but it's not the torture I have in mind for you. He smiled sharply, then stepped away from me, dropping my hand. Ah, here's Signor and Narcolo. And Missy, he said that last name sharply. I turned and saw Missy coming towards us in her neat gray suit, with matching hat. She looked a bit like a grandmother, a very young grandmother. Narcolo followed like he was her porter, massive and devoted. Signor followed, his hands curled into fists as he came closer. I gripped Drake's hand for some reason. Penny, are you actually going to talk to the son of Hale? Missy asked, coming through the weeds off the side of the road in her super cute, buttoned-up boots. I lifted my chin. Absolutely. I can't stand the idea that there's a viciously evil Darksider that I don't know. I think I'll make a voodoo doll for all my personal Darksider acquaintances, starting with Signor, or should I call you Darkness? Signor lowered his eyebrows over the pits that were his eyes. Prince of Darkness is my title. Ludi is my delivery name. Specifically, it means deliverer in Darksider. As in, I deliver in Darksider. As in, I deliver lives to death and packages to customers. Your assassin name is also a delivery name. That's such a great pun. Isn't that a great pun, Drake? So great. Signor, would you bring Penny in your truck to her mother's house? Son of Hale should not be there. Bring him here. You don't think he'll spook my horses for miles and miles? Zack asked, coming over, looking slightly out of breath. Signor shrugged. He is good with pets. Works with wyvern. Good with pets, really? I asked. Drake scowled at me. Penny, he's a Darksider son of a sorcerer. A notorious sorcerer. But he's good with pets. And he'll look at you like a pet. He narrowed his eyes at me, and the dark green came to life as he slid his hand around my waist, pulling me closer to him. Who marries pets? Super kinky. Zack sighed. Fine, he can come here, but he'd be an idiot if he came defenseless. A rip in the sky was all the warning we had. Enormous horns pierced the world, and then this creature, 8 feet high with a rack above that which would make an elk proud, stepped into the pasture with the horse. The horse raised her head, flared her nostrils, then went back to grazing. I stared at the creature with the rack as he turned his head, looking around until his eyes fell on me. His eyes for the gold of daffodils and sunsets on lakes, bright and happy. They may have looked creepier if he wasn't covered in pale green velvet, mottled darker greens over his chest. The important thing about this encounter was that he was wearing pants. I climbed on top of the fence, while Drake stayed close behind me, his hand on my waist ready to pull me away if the creature made any sudden movements. Hi, I'm Penny Lane. Are you, I don't even know how to say it. Do you speak Daysider? He bowed, his enormous rack slicing through the air with a whoosh that stirred my hair around my face. He straightened and smiled. He had straight teeth. My mother is English. She is concerned with my proper diction. I blinked at the enormous horned man with an English accent. I glanced at Drake and whispered, "He has an English accent. Do you think he feels as soft as he looks?" Drake rolled his eyes and grabbed my chin, focusing me back on our strange guest. "Pardon, Miss Lane. She doesn't quite understand that Darkside's wild variance of appearances doesn't equate with mental acuity." The son of Hail nodded his enormous antlers. His neck was massive. It had to be to hold up that masterpiece on his head. Could I swing on the rack? The tips looked razor sharp, but the rest of him so soft and fuzzy like lamb's ears. She hasn't ever been to Darkside. I understand. Would you prefer me to wear a glamour? I shook my head. Oh no, you're beautiful. Like a tree come to life. I love climbing trees. Not that I'd like to climb on you, except sort of, do you think your neck could hold me up if I sat in your horns? He blinked at me. Maybe I was talking too fast. Maybe I wasn't making any sense. You would like to climb on me. As your husband, I would be obliged to acquiesce to your wishes. I blinked at him. Oh, I blushed. Of course I blushed. That's good. I shook my head. No, it's not good. No, it's not good. I'm not marrying someone I've never met just because my brutal father thought it would be a good idea. If you're his choice, no offense, you're not the one for me. He smiled. He had a very nice smile. I am not his choice. My father made a deal with him. I am willing to make a deal with you. What kind of deal? He took a step closer to me, and Drake's hand tightened painfully. Fingers slipping into where my ribs would be if my father hadn't stolen them. I winced and dropped off the fence, closer to Hale's son. Sound cut off. I froze and turned back to see Drake and Zack. Their faces were frozen. Only Signora seemed to watch me like he wasn't paralyzed with whatever Hale had done. What was going on? Signora's eyes burned red, but he kept his position. I whirled around to find the elk man 3 feet away from me. He was even taller up close, and me not up on the fence. I wasn't used to looking up so high. What did you do? Privacy. I hope you don't mind. His accent was so charming. He smiled again, showing no teeth, but he had a dimple in his cheek. I reached up, and he lowered his head so I could touch his cheek and feel that dimple. You really are that soft. No, softer. He sat down in the grass, so I was almost eye level with him. He shook his horns. I only hope I don't shed this lot and have a larger one grow in. We've had to spell all the doorways at home. Mother hates that. I smiled and put a hand on his shoulder. So soft. What's it like to have a human mother? Does she bake cookies? He nodded, and I got the breeze from his rack. Ginger snaps and chocolate chip are her favorite. I don't want to be rude, but I think our time together is limited. Do you mind if I get to the point? I shook my head, glancing back at Signore. His eyes burned like the last cake I'd tried to bake. Cookies! Fresh hot cookies from the oven. Please! Do you know what I want? Did Lester tell you? He nodded. He's being held captive to make certain no harm comes to me, of course. I'll release him as soon as I leave here. Oh, please don't hurt him. I put my hand on his arm, his soft velvet skin over muscles like tree trunks. Lester is the nicest mage I know. Of course not. You're accustomed to the Prince of Darkness and the Devil. There are other kinds of sorcerers who would be slower to take advantage. The fuzzy kind. He smiled again, and again that dimple. So adorable. He went serious and his eyes narrowed. Your father, Sooth, agreed to give you to my father as my wife. I can't change that and maintain the debts you're trying to collect. I can't change the debts you're trying to collect. I can give you his debts. But I would have to keep you as my wife. I shook my head. That makes no sense. If you don't have a wife, you'd owe nothing to Sooth and therefore have no debts. I have his debts to hold for him, not to pay off. That would be the alliance that he bought outright for you. Alliance? My army's at his disposal for certain periods of time. You have armies? Do you have dragons? He smiled and shrugged. I train the wyvern and griffins and a few more species that have no English name. Do you like dragons? I blushed and glanced back at Drake where he was still frozen. You could say that, but I can't be married to you. Sorry. He shrugged his massive shoulders and stood once more towering over me. All right, I understand. Best of luck with your father. He turned to go. What? I grabbed his arm, and after 2 steps, he noticed that he was dragging me along. Excuse me, but I'm worth more as an ally. Your father is a sorcerer, right? And your mother's a human? Has he started going mad yet? When he does, won't he hurt her? Humans are so delicate. I can take his madness. You love her. I can tell. Who wouldn't love someone who bakes chocolate chip cookies and ginger snaps? I already like her, and I haven't ever met her. She probably hasn't lit you on fire once. Human mothers are the best. What do you think? Also, do you have a name? I'd probably have to meet with your dad once a year or something to keep the madness at bay. Surely sanity would be worth more than a few bills. He glanced down at my hand where I still clung to his arm. Was that bad manners? Probably. It was in Dayside? Why wouldn't it be in Darkside? Why do you object to marrying me? You haven't flinched from my antlers or my green skin. I'm going to marry someone else. Ah, the green mage. So, you don't object to green. You're beautiful. I'm sure you can find dozens of females much better suited to you. He studied me for a long time. Those yellow eyes, like cat's eyes. I'm not interested in females, not witches anyway. I blinked at him. You prefer mages? He smiled sharply. I prefer trees and the wind through my antlers as I race across the hail plains. Rolling grasses as far as the eye can see, blue grass, blue, green, and yellow, with the sun setting behind me. It doesn't make a difference. My father wishes you to be my wife. I am willing to make it an alliance. His sanity for my strength, or other assets of mine you desire, you're right. Stealing away madness is a very valuable gift. But you will be my bride. You won't notice it in any way unless you leave Dayside for Darkside. Even then, I will not intrude on your space. But I'll intrude on yours. I'm a very irritating witch. I am a witch, even if I have no magic. I'll pester you constantly for rides in your horns as you run across those precious plains of yours, and I'll sing, completely messing up the ambience. I am the worst singer in the world. You'll despise being married to me. He smiled and reached out a massive hand to gently pat my face. Even his palm was velveteen. I can't go against my father's will. I will bear your torment as well as can be. I scowled darkly and summoned Pitch. She hissed and whispered, but she wasn't interested in climbing into his horns or slicing through his velvet skin. Why was that? Maybe because he wasn't threatening me. At all. Look, son of Hail, do you have a name? You can call me Hail's son. Hail's son, Hailson, is almost a name. Close enough. You're going to be my Darkside husband whether I want you or not. Isn't that bad for your ego? He smiled, showing his pale, strong teeth. Wives are always bad for the ego. That's why they're so essential. Think about it. One day, a year spent with me in Darkside, where you do not see me if you do not wish to. And I give you that which you desire, that which will make it possible for you to defeat your father, he who so sorely cursed you. You sound so archaic. How old are you? He blinked at me. Age? I shook my head. Never mind. Let's stick with the simple concepts. Do you have a contract for me? He shook his head. My word is enough. I blinked at him. Excuse me? You can bind me with a mage oath, can't you? The mage you sent mentioned it. Yes, but contracts are better. Our time is limited. Probably 30 more seconds. He took a strand of silver light and pulled it over my head, pulling out my hair so the cord of energy was settled over my dress, the one that still had a ripped shoulder. Annoying Zack. What is this? I lifted the ring attached to the chain of flickering energy light. If you accept my terms, put the ring on your left hand ring finger, and you will have my father's bills over sooth. There was a crackle, and then the earth split. Signora leapt over the fence with one hand on the rail, and Hansel was gone. What is that? He asked, pulling me closer as he examined the necklace and the ring. Hi there. He's not bad for a Darksider. Signor growled, and I saw his fangs. It reminded me of the time with the heart. I took a step away from him. He frowned and straightened. Apologies, cara mia. That creature is not the kind you trifle with. I shrugged and tugged on the ring. If I had magic, would I be the kind of sorceress that brought Darkside to its knees? Undoubtedly. I should be grateful to my father. I'm not, though. If you could have mercy on me, he could have. But he created what I could not resist, as the son of Hail could not resist. He didn't seem particularly interested. You think he is? Do you think he's lying? I do not know what you discussed, other than you petting each other. He said that he would like me to be his Darkside bride for one day a year, and I wouldn't even have to see him that day. Just hang out with his mother eating chocolate chip cookies and ginger naps. He said that. Also that he'd let me ride on his horns if I liked. Oh, cara mia, you were trying to discourage him, weren't you? Of course. I'd hate having some mage sitting on my head all day. Unless he was the size of a mouse. I'd love that. I could make a hat house for him. He laughed. Hale has a reputation for verity. I doubt his son is lying. Can you remove what he put around your neck? I tried lifting it over my head, but it passed through my hands. Apparently not. Is that a bad thing? Not exactly. He insisted on being your Darkside husband. You offered him nothing else. I offered him sanity, but he seemed to think that would be off the table. A side deal or something. He wouldn't budge on the Darkside bride thing. Maybe he can't, not if his father made the bargain. Shall we? He gave me his arm. I took it, and then Drake and Zack were on me, dragging me away from Signor like he'd done something. Where is he? Drake's eyes were glowing coals of green. I kissed his nose. He's gone. He gave me an energy necklace I can't remove, and a ring I'm supposed to put on if I agree to be his bride one day a year in exchange for the bills. Zack's scowl faded to a mere frown. That's fair. Drake pulled me closer to him and kissed my nose, like we needed to be even or something. No Darksider gets a piece of her. He's a Daysider even if he has a rack, I reminded him. I also think that it's the best deal we're going to get. Where's Lester? He said. He'd let him go once he left. Like I'd summoned him, my sultry friend stepped into sight and promptly sat down in the grass. I don't like it, Missy said. I'd almost forgotten about her. What? I like Hale. And Darling is an absolute dear, but their son is too young to have a wife. He's younger than 30. He hasn't established his own name for himself. He's shown a lack of motivation that is truly worrisome. Darling is always fretting about him. I blinked at her. Darling? His mother's name is Darling? Does she really make cookies? She hesitated, then nodded. See? I expected my father to pick someone like Signor Ainley Terrifying. Instead, I get lamb's ears and cookies. It's almost like he doesn't hate me. No one said anything. Didn't he hate me? He'd stolen my ribs and my magic. Cursed me with a horrible motion-sick curse. Sold me to a Darksider. Ruined the mage I loved in Dayside. He'd sent countless Cray to kidnap me. Of course he hated me. Didn't want me like my mother had always told me, unless he'd wanted me exactly like this.
Deadly Morsel, Chapter 28. She can't marry a Darksider. Why was something so glaringly obvious so hard for the others to grasp? Penny sat on the grass with Lester, making chains out of clover. I watched her drape a chain on Lester's head like a lopsided crown. He smiled at her, a soft smile that should make her stab him somewhere delicate. Not that witches should attack mages, but she should know instinctively that he was not her nice friend. One day a year, and no physical contact that she doesn't instigate. Anything else, Zach was quickly altering the basic contract at the desk he'd summoned to the side of the road. I dislike repeating myself, my voice should have warned him, but he only looked up with his own furious eyes. Somehow having those lightning blue eyes so intently angry made me feel slightly better. Do you think that the alternative is better? This is your opportunity to have everything. If you screw this up, I'll kill you myself. Signor spoke in a low, growly voice. I do not favor this solution, but he's a young mage, rashly making promises he doesn't understand. I think it would be unwise to not take advantage of his fascination. I glared at Signor. She's a witch, not a pet. She shouldn't be passed around like a tray of scones. There are laws. His black eyes started glowing like coals. What did that mean? What do you know about the laws of aberrations? Under Darkside law, she is under her father's protection until she is married. Traditionally, the witch mother despises female aberrations and vice versa. I'm certain Sooth was perplexed that his wife would ever defend her child from his meddling. Serene had some traits that crossed into mage territory. That's why Penny is so complete, so perfectly aberred. I growled at him. Missy put her hand on my arm. Mage, the Prince of Darkness, is quite right. He didn't mention that it's illegal to intentionally create an aberration. I have some very strong proof that he did. We should stick to the point at hand. If there is any way to defeat Sooth without Hale's bills, by all means, let's proceed in that direction. If not, we'll leave it for her to decide. It's her life. Sometimes mages forget that. Don't be one of them. I stared into her soft gray eye and found myself nodding while the anger seeped out of me. Thank you, Missy. You seem very level-headed about this sort of thing. Have you routed a lot of sorcerers? Root? That usually requires casualties and sacrifice. I'd rather relieve Penny of her father's curse without any of that. May we see the bills you have procured so far? I summoned Revere. It took a bit of doing, but he finally stepped through side, a firm frown on his face. When he looked around, he shook his head. Did the groom get cold feet again? Penny this time. We're pooling our resources. Revere frowned at Narcolo. Are we? I'll be there, but I can't be here. He stepped through side and left me with nothing to do but summon a desk from Huntsman Manor. My father came with it, sitting in a very uncomfortable-looking chair. He glanced around the charming meadow scene before he smoothed his goatee. I do hope you aren't setting me up again. My mustache is still singed from the last time. Your mustache is safe. Probably. You're just here because you're still head of Huntsman. A sheaf of bills unrolled onto the desk, each one a scrap of the debt Sooth owed the worlds. That's a lot of paper, Zach said, coming over to stare at it. I always liked origami. I snapped my fingers and the contents of the desk wrote themselves out in the air for everyone present to see. Penny, Lester, if you'd care to join us, this is where things get interesting. Unless you're still busy picking flowers. She was so delightful. She twisted her hands in her lap, hiding them instinctively, like it showed her weakness more than the half-dozen green crowns draped over Lester's ears. I should be the one wearing Penny Lane's creations. No time for jealousy. Missy stared intently at the figures while Zack put down 2 contracts that immediately showed in the air, the 2 her father had signed, one her parents' marriage contract and the other what her grandfather had put together. "This is a contract," Missy asked softly. Penny laughed as she stepped next to me, her shoulder bare, surrounded by tattered fabric. My shoulder. "Isn't it terrible? If you compare my marriage contract with my mother's, I'm clearly a genius. What's the verdict? Do I need to marry Hansel or not?" I sighed and snapped my fingers. Ian stepped through, a curious look on his face. "You have the treaty? Put it on the desk." He did so without asking questions. His work was a beautiful thing. I studied the language carefully. I'd seen it before, but this was a polished, exquisite piece of mage work. "Missy, do you think that Carl would like to be included in the upcoming fracas?" She smiled sweetly. "I think he would. He could remind his son that being human isn't a weakness, but would it be in his best interest?" I tapped the paper. It says that humans get to choose what is in their best interest, so we'll ask him. "We'll have a necromancer?" "Nice," I guess Penny said. "You'll have the darkness," Signor said, stepping forward and rubbing arms with Penny. He noticed that I noticed that touch, but she was oblivious. Probably still thinking about swinging on her Darkside fiance's horns. To be fair, he was probably the least aggressive-looking Darksider I'd ever seen. Hopefully he didn't fight with that soft skin for anyone to damage. Then again, hopefully he did. There was a poof of pink smoke, and then Penny's grandparents were there. "I told you, you used too much carbon. We aren't genies," the old woman said with a sniff before she sneezed. Grandmama Penny threw herself at her grandmother, completely ignoring the tall, terrifyingly macabre sorcerer behind her. There, dear, it feels like a convention more than a war council. Perhaps I should have worn black leather." Penny laughed, the sound like sunshine and herders writing our name in the night. "I have some extra if you'd like." Penny's grandmother shook her head before she clapped her hands, turning her sensible black suit into appropriate war gear. It looked a bit odd with her neat bun and pearl earrings. That contract took years off my life. She pointed a knobby finger at Penny's parents' short contract. "It would be better if they had no contract than that one. That one makes it impossible for your mother to kill him. Such a pity." "Is everyone here?" Zack asked, scowling all around. "I'd hate for there to be one evil sorcerer who wasn't in the heart of my domain." "Daysiders don't have domains," Penny's grandmama said with a frown. "Be precise." Zack raised his eyebrows before he bowed to her and smiled. "I beg your pardon. Do you have any suggestions about what to do with this mess?" He gestured at the desk, littered with what we could gather on the deception sorcerer. "Of course I have suggestions. You need more." Penny winced. "But I don't even have a contract with my Darkside fiance. It took me weeks to make a contract." "You're talking about Hale's child," she said with a nod. "He isn't ideal being so young and inexperienced, but he might be more malleable for all of that." "What's so bad about being young and inexperienced?" I asked, because the way those ladies were talking was starting to make me feel insecure. "You're a Daysider. Your life will be short. Darksiders live a very long time. How will he be able to protect her from other sorcerers with more experience in getting what they want?" Narcolo cleared his throat. "Hale is the one who arranged the contract with the aberration's father." "Don't call her that," I said, whirling around at him. "She's not something." Penny took my hand and squeezed it. "Thanks," she whispered. I held her hand back and closed my eyes. For a second I let the rest of the world fade away, and there was only me and Penny connected at the skin of our palms. I could see how it would play out, luring Sooth into the wedding ceremony with a slight gap in our protection that he'd be able to unravel, him coming in and isolating Penny while the armies attacked the guests. He would be slipping through alternate dimensions, realities, until he came to this one. She would have to be tied to the contracts so the moment he touched her, they would engage. Were they enough? Would he rip through them like the paper they were unless I had the weight of Hail, Hail, son? I opened my eyes and cupped her face. Penny, do you want to try it? It's dangerous. It would be safer for you to get engaged to the Darksider. Safer now, more uncertain later. She stared at me, the golden specks in her eyes picking up the afternoon lines of light. What's the worst that can happen? I smiled at her, but she shook her head. No, I mean literally, what's the worst that could happen? Oh, well, your father could lock you up and sell your sanity to various mages when you weren't living with your dark-side husband. Or he could rip the energy out of you for his own use and kill you. Or he could eat you and keep you alive while absorbing your energy and life force. Or he could. She put her hand over my mouth, her own eyes rather large. Wow, that's a lot of worst-case scenarios. You've obviously put a lot of thought into it. If I married JR, you think it would definitely be enough to. What would it do exactly? It would bind your father to my will. I know it's hard to believe, but I have a lot of will. It's very heavy. He would be moderately crushed by it. We should be able to force him to remove your curse, and the curse on the Cray, and withdraw his designs on you in general. What about my magic? Could I get it back? I hesitated. Penny with magic. She would go mad like my mother. She would be powerful. No one would be able to tell her what she could or couldn't do. She would be a force that no one could ever touch. I wanted that. I didn't want that. I shrugged. Not my choice. It's possible. If you weren't cursed, your mother and you together could bind him in a world of agony. You could force your magic from him. Yes, but I'd be married to someone else. Only in Darkside. Yupa. But if I was like that, with magic, I'd want to be there, wouldn't I? I stared at her and my stomach plummeted. Probably. Oh. I'd probably be able to kill my husband easily enough, she winced. Wow, I could be Pitch all the time. If you wanted. She stared at me, then shook her head. It's tempting. Pitch without the empathy. Would you like me like that? I'm sure I'd adapt. You could join the Cray, or start your own band of super assassins like Signor. You could do absolutely anything. Zack laughed, short and hard. She couldn't be adorable. You couldn't love her. Small price, though, for ultimate power. Enough chatter, Penny's grandmother said, clapping her hands. If we're going to proceed with the ceremony before this time spell ruptures, we should do so. Husband, do you have any pertinent information or useful advice? You're the one who created Serene and started this chain of dreadful circumstances. He glanced around at us, his eyes hesitating on Penny with a somewhat apprising gleam before he cleared his throat. The sound was like chains dragging across the dungeon of oblivion. Not that I'd been there recently. There might be some unexpected assets of Sooth's that we aren't prepared for. Sooth is clever. He knows that the Green Mage is collecting his debts. He knows about the Alliance. He knows about the Alliance. He knows about your family, your will as you call it. Things are bound to go sideways at some point. We know all that his wife said with a gentle smile. Anything useful you would like to add? He shot her a glance that was half amused, half nervous. Useful. He still loves Serene. If we could get her into the game, things might get more interesting. She snorted and patted his cheek. Of course, darling. He flinched at the endearment. She continued like she didn't notice. That's our priority. Lift the curse, then go to war. You, huntsman, I imagine you can call in a few favors. She was talking to my father. He stood and gave her a very formal bow. He was wearing his smoking jacket again. Did Penny notice? Maybe she'd make me one. Mine would be better. Ah, to have Penny in my room, me wearing nothing but a smoking jacket. No, why would I be naked in a smoking jacket? I was going mad. Clearly the thought of Penny Lane in my bed had made me deliriously unstable. Penny Lane in my bed. Every night. Every morning. All the moments in between. I'd get nothing else done. And don't get ahead of yourself and destroy Darkside, Penny's grandmother said, pointing at Zack. He bowed in a perfect replica of my father's own. Nothing remotely nuclear, he smiled, but his eyes were wild. She nodded and stared at me. I tried to not look like I'd been thinking about her granddaughter in my bed. You're blushing, she shook her head. You'll be particularly useless, lost in rage if something goes wrong probably. Try not to be. You need to be clever, sharp, devious if you're going to defeat my son-in-law. One thing he's never lacked is ambition and commitment as well as a clear head. Did she think I'd leave Penny at the altar again? Only to save her? Even then, no, never again. I pulled Penny closer to my side. I'll make a point of it.
Deadly Morsel, Chapter 29. I walked down the aisle once more. The doves fluttered haphazardly around the room. One hit the stained glass window and fell down in a puff of feathers. That was me, careening around like a mad pigeon, from one wicked mage to another. The ring hung heavily, thumping against my stomach with every step. Thump. A Darksider husband. Like Signore, only green. I glanced over at my escort. His eyes burned red around the pupil. He looked fine, normal, but his arm was harder than usual beneath mine. He was ready for war. What would it be like to fight beside him instead of lying in the mud beneath his boot while he wove destruction above me? I glanced ahead at Zack and Drake instead. Zack's eyes were still wild and intense. Drake's eyes were steady, everything hidden beneath his careful glamour. My heart twisted at the sight of the mage I desperately loved. I was to the steps that led to the platform when the sky cracked open, splitting through the roof and space, maybe time, like I know about those things, and then I smelled the scent of pumpkins and mustard. Signore's ruby sword blazed red with a black heart, glass-like, flickering with the blood of 1,000,000 lost souls. He pushed me behind him while creatures came through, wings spanning 20 feet. Their feathers were tipped with iron and their clawed feet heavily armored with the most intricate joining plates. Beautiful. The creatures themselves had mostly human bodies with arms and swords and lasers, that kind of thing. Also armor, such beautiful armor, gleaming gold and green with orangey reds, so it was like a screaming sunset descended into my wedding. They hit an invisible barrier. Sparks of blue exploded into the air and smelled like iron. I pulled the weapon from my boot and an extra knife I'd tucked into my blue garter. Pitch! Black specks danced at the edges of my vision. Karamaya, stay down. An explosion shook plaster from the walls and blew out the stained glass windows. Darkness crept across the sills, bats with human heads and as big as cats, a wild assortment of human mixed with animal that reminded me of my old kiss or kill tapestry. It's hail, Signor hissed. His eyes were red on red with a black pit in the center. The guests were no longer dressed in wedding gear, but in leather and armor, wielding herders and weapons. They were all surrounding me and faced outwards, taking out the slightly cute if creepy vermin. A few bat things managed to get through the crowd, but only found death on Signore's sword. They flapped and twitched, weighing it down until he muttered, and they turned into goop and dripped to the floor in a steaming pile. You. He shot me a glance and smiled slightly. Those fangs. It's a pity not to eat them. They make excellent stew. I shuddered while his smile grew larger, showing the rest of his teeth. None of them touched me, not with Signore's flickering sword. He was more relaxed fighting than escorting me up the aisle. The end of the church peeled back, letting in the dark, whirling world that smelled like ashes and death and pain, but in the very best way. I stepped towards Zack and Drake where they stood, staring out into the darkness instead of looking at me. The darkness flickered with orange and pale yellow, flames that wrapped around an enormous creature with a gargantuan rack. So, because I hadn't agreed to marry him, he was going to ruin my wedding. That was just rude. Drake laughed and pulled out his green fire sword, stalking towards the Darksider, while Zack yelled at him to keep his defense position. Was this part of the plan? I couldn't remember. I wanted to join Drake and the darkness, that world of chaos and freedom where there were no rules, no constraints. I took 2 steps, and Signore's hand was on my arm. Fingers of stone. Not just stone. I would have gone to ashes and dust, but his energy wrapped around me, holding me there. Cara mia, focus, he growled, but it was gentle. I snarled back at him, but there was no escaping from that grip. I swiped my knife across his face. He didn't dodge or duck. Instead, a line of red spread across his cheek. He caught my knife in his other hand, licked his blood off the blade, then continued his relaxed destruction of the endless stream of vermin. So disgusting. He only smiled but didn't look at me. I had to be satisfied with watching the fight through the open wall into Darkside. Hansel was plated with yellow-orange armor, while Drake had mage armor in green over his body. Hansel was so big. Not just big, graceful, powerful, fast. And his spell work. I couldn't see what he did, but I saw him fumble clumsily with what should have been a flurry of blows against Hansel. He wore a mask of flames that spread up to his antlers. He was terrifying, like a demon from, well, hell. He did make Signor look kind of normal, even with the fangs and red eyes. Behind him flurried wings, not just the birdmen, but small dragons and these horse creatures. Centaurs, maybe. They had horns like Hansel, and hooves where he had boots, plated in the orange-gold flickering flames. He knows how to make an entrance, I admitted. Signore snorted. He's a pretty mage. Why is he fighting us? I thought we almost had an alliance. He's proving his worth as an ally. I gasped as Hansel nearly took off Drake's head. He had to slide through the dirt to avoid the enormous flaming whips, and almost got his legs cut off when the axe slammed down. The 2 whirled around, Drake's face alight with a mad smile as he faced this worthy adversary. There was no end to the creatures behind the 2, spread out in the darkness, but they didn't pour into the chapel, just kept to the edges while above us. The feathered men swirled around and around. They're really beautiful, all of them. The bats are a little creepy, but everything else. These are only a taste of what monstrous creatures hide in the depths of Hale. He's showing off the pretty ones. Are you impressed? Super impressed. My old friend. The voice was like skittering spiders over every centimeter of my skin. I whirled around to face the doors opposite of the far wall where Drake and Zack were holding out Darkside. He was dressed in a nice suit, not too ostentatious. Exactly the sort of thing you'd wear to a wedding. His hair was reddish, eyes pale aqua. I felt the wave of fury go through Signor. He let go of my arm, instinctively taking 2 steps towards his enemy. That's all it took for someone else to slip his arms around my waist. Worth worlds, he whispered with the scent of ozone. I didn't have time to fight or scream or do anything. One moment we were in the ripped-apart church, the next in a swirling bubble of light. He let go of me. Scratcher. I gasped, but air wasn't what came in my lungs. Energy? Something not air. He didn't speak, and I couldn't move, not until the bubble bounced and shattered, leaving me in the middle of a large stone hall. I staggered to the nearest wall and ran my fingers over it. Stone. I focused my energy and kicked it, but other than chipping away a spray of stone, the wall didn't move. Pretty witch shouldn't hurt herself against her prison. I whirled around at the scratcher. I stalked towards him while he watched me come with that peculiar face, 2 directions at one time. He kept turning his head back and forth so he could watch me with each eye. I gripped his shirt and shook him. "Where am I? What did he pay you? What does he want?" "Release the scratcher, princess." My father's voice was so infuriatingly parental. I flinched from that word, princess. "What was he drinking?" I whirled around, holding Scratcher in front of me. I'd snap his neck if my father came any closer. I glared at the sorcerer whose face had looked much better before Signord impacted it. "Release me, and I'll release him." He sighed heavily. "You don't understand." "Of course not. I'll explain. Scratcher isn't something you can threaten. If he didn't like you being so close to him, he wouldn't be." I released the Scratcher and took 2 steps away from him. He glanced over his shoulder at me, smiled a jagged smile, and then lunged at me. I jerked back, but he was gone before he made contact. "Now that you're here, we can finally get to know one another." He walked over to a table that hadn't been there a moment before. An enormous tea was spread out. The most delicious things imaginable. He sat down and put his feet out to a blank wall that immediately grew a fireplace with accompanying flickering flames. The flames reminded me of Hansel. I gripped the ring. I still had that. All I had to do was touch my father and the bills would engage. Drake would be able to defeat him. I exhaled, trying to channel peace and happiness instead of the swirling pitch that had been at my fingertips the moment Scratch had touched me. I walked over to the table, sat down, and started buttering a scone. It looked like blackberry. He stared at me for a moment before he continued spreading jam on his crumpet. "How are you enjoying classes at Rosewood?" "It's better than I expected. How are you enjoying destroying the empire of the mage I love?" He smiled slightly, his eyes crinkling around the corners like he'd never dream of ripping apart a baby, his baby. There they were, hanging over his shirt beneath his jacket, 2 baby ribs dipped in gold strung on a thin chain. He touched them with fingers smeared red from strawberry jam. I looked away while my stomach churned and my fingers itched to rip out his throat and tear off his face. I had to touch him. I had to touch him. I had to not rip him apart. That wouldn't engage the spell. To be honest, I like him. I very rarely enjoyed playing with a mage as much as him. I snarled at him. Drake was my mage. I was the only one who got to play with him. He laughed and smacked the table with his hand. "Look at you, not even trying to hide your love. Even if you have no magic, you should be able to deceive easily enough." "What did Serene teach you?" I stiffened up. The way he said her name was far too casual. "Are you hiding your love for my mother? You sound as though she wouldn't rip off your face and force it down your throat if she were here." He raised his eyebrows. "We both know she would never waste so much energy. She would kill me or torture me, but disfigurement wouldn't occur to her. Do you honestly think that you ripping out my ribs was as good as could be expected? Do you think that cursing me and her wasn't completely vile and wicked?" He frowned at me. "Ah, the curse. Your magic often creates some interesting curses that I didn't entirely plan. Are you seriously blaming me for being cursed?" I stood up and gripped the edge of the table, trying not to launch myself at him. He smiled. Creepy smile. I slowly sat back down. "Why haven't you attacked me yet? Are you actually convinced that you can't defeat me?" "That's surprisingly wise of you." "That's me, surprisingly wise. I take after my grandmother." He sighed. I didn't realize who Serene's mother was. It was quite the secret. The devil marrying the rose? Such a scandal. If I'd known, I probably wouldn't have asked Serene to assassinate her. It doesn't appear that it stuck. Serene was so beautiful at death. I was jealous sometimes of her love for killing. I gave him a flat smile. How would she kill this monster? He smiled and cocked his head. She couldn't kill me without it hurting you, possibly killing you. That's why she ran instead of fighting. Love is such a weakness. She loves you, though, and your stepfather, I suppose she loves him as well." His eyes went pitch black for a moment with blatant madness in those depths. I swallowed before I nodded. "She adores Revere. He tucks her into the dungeon every night with screams that rip the night apart." He inhaled shallowly. "You shouldn't speak like that." "Why not? Are you going to rip out the rest of my ribs? Maybe you'll just steal my energy like you stole my magic?" He raised his eyebrows. "Because it's ill-mannered." He stood up, movement sharp staccato. "There isn't any way for a magicless witch to escape, and no way for anyone to trace you, not even a finder like Narkallal. Enjoy your tea alone. For the record, it's not your energy. I gave it to you to replace the magic. Otherwise, the process would have killed you." "I have your energy? You gave it to me like a trade or something?" He sighed heavily. "Certainly not. You have the energy of another sorcerer. The Prince of Darkness's brother. He was his favorite. I really shouldn't have toyed with that one, but he was almost as amusing as your dragon. Which reminds me, it's time to go to war. There are so many of his men who haven't sworn fealty. I think it would be fitting if he had to murder every last one of them. It would be quite poignant, don't you agree?" I threw my scone at him. It shattered on his invisible shield. "Thief! Liar! You're dishonorable and irresponsible. There isn't a single redeeming quality about you. How could my mother possibly still love you?" He froze, his eyes staring into me as the darkness leaked out until he was left with the pale blue. "I'm a sorcerer. I'm not supposed to have any redeeming qualities. Do you imagine that the Prince of Darkness has virtue? Perhaps weakness, but not virtue. He is such a friend of yours. Perhaps I should have sold you to him rather than Hale, but he would enjoy that too much. Do you want to know what he offered me for you?" I almost threw up all over the beautiful tea. "You're lying. Signor wouldn't ever make a deal with you. You're the devil." "Your grandfather is the devil. He sold Serene to me. Such a pretty price. I'm still paying off that debt. So many debts. Your reactions are quite charming. You don't understand what I could do to you, my magicless daughter. I could whisper in your ear anything at all, and you'd believe me. You'd kill your mage, I told you to." "Like mother killed grandmama?" "It doesn't seem your whispers work quite that well." I never whispered to Serene. Let's stop using that word. It's quite monotonous, don't you agree? I appreciated her for everything she was. The darkness inside of her more beautiful than a night without stars. That mage, he said with a curl of his lips, couldn't appreciate the darkness, couldn't revel in it, and give it the freedom to grow to its full potential. Your mother was darkness. She was pain. She was blistering, agonizing death. And then she had you. His gaze was sharp, the anger and hate in them making my skin crawl. Her precious bloody babe with its tufts of hair and hideous red face. She should have hated you. I was prepared to care for you as a dutiful father should an aberration, but she clung to you, nursed you, gazed at you as though you held the world in your muddy eyes. He stalked towards me, rage and madness fighting for dominance. I clenched my fists, braced for the moment his hands came around my throat, strangling me, touching me, but instead he exhaled and shook his head. He gave me a wry smile. No sense dwelling on the past. Soon enough you'll be safely in the arms of your husband. Your stepfather will be dispersed into shreds of nothingness, and your mother will have nothing to protect. She will return home to me. We will rule the world together. You're a raving lunatic. Seriously, completely loony. My mother would never forgive you for cursing us. He shrugged. She will be by my side, whether of her own will or in chains. To be honest, I'm looking forward to seeing my wife in chains. He smiled and I shuddered. He turned and disappeared without touching me. I screamed for a minute or two before I searched the room. I scaled the wall, searching for a crack, but it was like a stone box. Nothing but the fireplace and the tea table in the space. I sniffed around trying to find a crack for mice or rats, but nothing. Seriously. He was super psychotic, more than I expected, so I had Signor's brother's energy. He'd never mentioned it. Didn't he have to have his brother's energy so he could become the Prince of Darkness? Maybe he was going to rip my heart out and eat it at some point. Had he actually tried to get my dad to sell me to him? I shook my head vigorously. Signor wouldn't ever do anything like that. I reached back and dug my nails into my shoulder, following the lines of Drake's initials. I felt pain, but no connection. I wasn't exactly surprised. Zach? I hauled up the massive skirt of my wedding dress and carved my nails into my hip. That throbbed a little bit. Was it the bond or good old-fashioned pain? I did it again, going over the ugly Stoneborough logo again and again and again and again until my skirt was speckled red. Was there something about Drake because my father played with him that kept me from reaching him even though there was a flicker of Zach? I touched the ring with bloody fingers. Hailson. If I called him, put that ring on my finger, he'd give Drake the debts. But would he save me? That hadn't been part of our agreement. I couldn't make wild assumptions about my husband wanting to save me instead of hurting me, particularly when he'd been fighting against Drake and Zach when Scratch stole me. What could I do? I pulled my phone out of my boot and turned it on. The battery worked, but there was no signal. I went to contacts and saw Poppy's mad smile. What am I supposed to do now? I'm in Darkside, but Signor hasn't killed me. What if he can't? What if I'm stuck with my psycho father? What if I'm stuck with my psycho father? What if? I closed my eyes and thunked my head against the stone wall. The energy buzzed me, its energy woven through the stones like I crafted into clothing and herders. I tugged on that energy. I couldn't break it, but could I move it? Twist it, tie it. I had nothing else to do but try.
Deadly Morsel, Chapter 30. Everything was going so well until it didn't. Signor actually let go of her. I was fighting the son of Hail, who was incredibly pleasant. He knew how to put on a show, to display his prowess and mine in equal measure. Perhaps a little too equal, but at any rate there we were, me with my fire's word and him with his axe and whip when he froze, almost letting me chop off his leg before he spelled through me and Zachary, coming out in the center of the chapel, as though no spell could stop him. He roared, swinging his axe at Signor. Signor growled and crouched, looking like a madman who didn't have penny. Hale's son roared one more time, then vanished along with the rest of his army. I blinked and had Signor by the throat. Where is she? Zach yanked me away from him. Something else took her, the scratcher probably. Creepy thing. Signor only let go of her for a moment. He regrets it, don't you, Signor? Signor stared at me with those black eyes surrounded by red, then dissolved in ashy black flakes. Excuse me, Zach said in a loud voice that pierced the confused group of ready-to-kill guests. If those of you who are so skilled will assist in repairing the schism, I would appreciate it. It doesn't look like there will be a wedding today. He walked briskly over to his father. You should reset the protection spells. We'll move this party elsewhere. Where is she? You have her bond, don't you? Stoneborough asked with a concerned frown on his round face. I held my breath while I ran my fingers lightly over my chest, trying to feel her while Zach circled his wrist for a moment, then shrugged. She's not in this world. Apparently we should have eloped. Why didn't the spells entrap him? Stoneborough said, he wasn't actually here, just a manifestation using one of our guests for a sounding point. Diabolically clever. That's not entirely unexpected. Drake, Meet me in my room, he stepped through side, leaving me aching and gnawing with nothing to rip or destroy. I blinked repeatedly to clear the green out of my vision. My father grabbed my lapels and scowled at me. Get it together, son. If you rip apart that world, you'll rip her apart as well, he shook me, which helped a little. You will find her. Hopefully before the Prince of Darkness. She's in his world now. Find her. Break the curse. Marry her. She might be worth worlds, but to you she's more than that. You will succeed. You have never disappointed me. I flinched at those words, the words that brought back my mother's memory, her arms holding me while she wept. I'd killed her. Hadn't I? You gave her something to live for, something to hold on to. You gave her years. He gripped my shoulder until it bruised, then let go and stepped through side. Right. I inhaled shudderingly, then stepped through side, coming out in an alley, then stepping again into the hall outside her door. Lilac stories. Was there any place more beautiful? I walked inside without knocking. It was already crowded with students. Penny's chem girls were huddled next to the purple amethyst fireplace while Viney leaned against Penny's door, scowling at absolutely everyone who dared look in her direction. She was still wearing the black skirt she'd had for the wedding. She had a few gashes across her face from the bats, probably. Good, you're all here, Zach said, coming out of his room. He wore a mech suit and had an energy drink in his hand. We need to defeat a deception sorcerer. Thing is, he'll get inside your head. Anyone who wants to fight will need to swear fealty to Huntsman. He shot me a cold smile that I returned with a grimace. More voices in my head. I'm not swearing fealty to any mage, Viney hissed. Then you're staying home, Zach shrugged. It's non-negotiable. I'm not going to take the time to put you to sleep when you start acting nuts. Did you swear fealty to him? She demanded. Zach stiffened, then looked at me again. He had something kind of mad in his eyes. Very mad. He was about to lose it in a terrifying way. Drake, I swear fealty to you. I nodded, and it was done. The connection, his horrible screaming inside my head, and my own dragon's roar over him. Good times. I'm unswearing you the second we get Penny back. He grinned sharply. If you don't have other things to do at that particular moment, who else? No one moved for a second before Rhoda lifted her chin and walked over to me. I swear fealty. I winced before I put my hand on her face, took her will and made her mine. She was much more panicked than she looked, and now it was in my head. Great. Do we need to swear fealty? How exciting. I turned to see Ian in the doorway, Teddy close behind. They looked so nice in their dark suits. Far too nice. No, I wouldn't take your fealty if you paid me for it. Me. I'll swear fealty, Pete said, dropping down on his knees, head bowed. Yeah, okay, I grabbed his face, and then the next kid, Barry, whose thoughts about Penny made me want to shove a dagger somewhere delicate. At least Pete kept his thoughts on the sweet little mouse. Most of the time. Then he thought about Penny and I growled, letting the slightest curl of smoke out of my nostrils. I couldn't do it. Zach was still screaming. That was the proper response at a time like this, not lust. Lust. I glanced at Ian, who smiled warmly like he couldn't step up and take some of the madness. Oh no, he'd leave all of the fealty to me. I'll swear fealty. I stared at Oscar, the tall, dark-haired mage with pale skin. Viney gasped, but she didn't try to stop him. He didn't kneel, so that was slightly less irritating. He spit on me instead. I frowned at him. At least you didn't bleed on me. Viney edged closer, arms still crossed. You'll release us after this is over. Yes, whether you want me to or not. At the same time, I'd rather you held back. Someone should stay here in case she wanders home on her own. Now this plan, Zachary. We attack him in his own land with what forces we can muster while a small group infiltrates deep inside and rescues her. Can you feel the bond? I stiffened up while Viney edged closer again. No, nothing, you. Yes, it's distant but definite. I must love her more than you. I gritted my teeth. Was that true? He was letting me have her. Again, maybe he did love her more. Did that mean I should let him have her? No, he was messing with me, and still with the screaming inside my head. Would he shut up? I growled at him. He smiled a hard smile that didn't touch his eyes. I swear my fealty, Viney whispered. I nodded, but I didn't need to do much. She'd been in love with me for so long, the cord of energy spread through us, and her thoughts mingled with mine. There were no surprises, other than how much she worried about Penny. And Oscar. She really did like him. Love him, maybe. Yep, that was love. I smiled at her. He's a good mage. Oscar dragged Viney away from me, scowling. Stopped smiling at my girlfriend. Girlfriend? Really? Viney got all prickly, but she didn't correct him. Her thoughts bloomed in my head, delight and embarrassment mingling together. The other students either swore fealty or left. After that, Zack dragged me into his room, closing the door behind him. An enormous globe of Darkside spun in the center of his room. Small lights glowed across various masses. There was Deadside. Right there was a bright light where I'd tracked the deception sorcerer. There were too many lights. And too many possibilities. Dozens and dozens of places Penny could be. And that was if he'd hidden her away in his own lands. Perhaps he'd tucked her into the darkness beneath Signor's nose. Signor. He was already hunting her. What would he do with her once he found her? I shook my head and forced my claws back into fingers. So, you can track her? Where is she? Here he touched a spot with only a few flickers of light. A very small holding. Sooth is currently here. Sooth was on the other side of the world from where he'd put Penny. He's fighting the Prince of Darkness as we speak. Very visibly. So we send all the Rosewood students, some wearing our glamours, to the battle? Meanwhile, we hunt down Penny and rescue her. He hesitated, then nodded. Almost. I rescue her. You lead the Rosewood students. I growled at him. You don't know Darkside like I do. You are the leader, Drake. They'll follow you. You'll lead them to victory like you always do. My wrist has started aching. She's been doing some serious damage on our bond for it to feel like that. I can find her. I know I can't do much, but I can do that. I have no other goals in life, no other aims, no other interests. She's the only thing for me. I won't be able to see any other distractions or deceptions. He put a hand on my shoulder and stared at me with those lightning eyes. The screaming in my head dulled to a low growl. I'll find her, Drake. I'll bring her home. There was a knock on his door and Viney poked her head in. The morsel wants to talk to you. Also, some guy named Carl. Zack shook his head. No way. The humans will get killed. They're Penny's friends. She'll kill me. I scowled at him. They're my friends. If they're here, they might have something worth hearing. Particularly Missy. She's diabolical. Send them in, Viney. Missy and Carl came in, neither looking particularly nervous. Missy's eye fastened on the globe and she went closer. Where is she? What do you want? Zack snarled. She blinked her one gray eye at him. To find her, like you. Where is she? I walked over and waved my hand until the globe whirled around to stop where she was. Here. Good place to hide something. That's at the gates of Hale. Do you have access to his domain? I frowned at her. No. That's okay. Narcolo can distract Hale while we sneak in. Did you know that Hale's son is fighting with the Prince of Darkness against Sooth? It's going to be a good battle. You should be there, she said, pointedly at me. I scowled, but Zack only nodded. If you aren't there, Sooth will want to know where you are. Go ahead. Lose your temper. Rip stuff apart. I'll find her and bring her home. I swear it. The battle raged when I stepped through side, Ian and Teddy flanking me while the Rosewood students fanned out behind. I could clearly see the flaming figure of Hale's son to the right, then on the left the Prince of Darkness in the midst of his red-clothed assassin warriors. There was room for me in the center with my armies. I walked forward, skipped a mile or two, and came out between the two forces, my armies taking shape behind me, shifting the other groups to the sides. A mage slashed at me, his face vicious and haggard. One of my former commanders. I wanted the green to consume me. I needed to attack the deception sorcerer and rip his forces to shreds, but this man was still my responsibility. Even if he'd refused to swear fealty, it was his association to me that had ruined him. My spell work with Revere had been extensive, much of it defense against deception and illusions. I inhaled deeply and filled myself with the scent of them, Dayside mages and their human blood. I stepped forward, and the ground shuddered under the force of it. Spell work. I sang as I danced around the mage, my voice echoing among the men behind me, my men and Rosewood students with counterpoint and harmony. Oh, they were good. Ian and Teddy had extremely pleasant voices, and the magic threaded through us, one body, one voice. I sounded so good. Penny should hear me. Maybe someone was recording and she could watch after we were finished. In between telenovela episodes, we could watch from my bed. Or hers. Or not watch anything at all. Penny. The spell was multifaceted, like Sooth's would be. I had to unravel all of his spells and replace them with my own. I could make them all mindless soldiers. It would be much more pleasant than letting them have their wills, their own voices. Some of the mages would choose to fight me, to destroy me, and they would die. The focus and concentration it took to cast spells while fighting was exhausting, but I had a great reserve of energy behind me, and the dragon. It wanted to fight. Soon. It took a half hour of fighting while spellcasting before it was set. We sang, not missing a beat, one tune to another in perfect time, until that last thread was set, tied, and then set into motion. The world shimmered green and then gold with an undercurrent of black as the other dragon mages lent me their energy, their force. Our opposition wasn't instantly extinguished, but about half of my men turned to fight the others. How quickly could Sooth reset the spell? Would we be doing this all night? Our side, their side, our side, their side. We should make a line dance to go with it. To my right, hail flickered, flames that danced among Sooth's loyal fighters. How odd that he had some of those. To my left Signor moved, a slashing red death that never paused, never faltered. His men, many of whom were women, weren't too bad either. "Where's Penny?" Signor asked, somehow right by my elbow. I edged away from him, but there on my other side was hail, heat coming off of him uncomfortably. I don't know. If we destroy Sooth, she dies. I cannot let him keep her in Darkside. I glared at him. Then you shouldn't have let go of her. It was your duty to protect her, in Dayside, Hale said, twisting his axe mid-swing and lopping off an opponent's arm. The blood didn't stick to him. Such a tricky mage. Maybe if my father were a sorcerer, I wouldn't have to rely on the dragon so much. Duty is the wrong word. Pleasure, purpose, delight, bliss, those words belong to Penny, not duty. There is nothing grueling and plodding in being her mage. It's almost a pity. She's a monkey, Signor said with a nod before he reached in his coat and pulled out a swirling pink herder. He hurled it into the crowd before us. Drake and Penny in lightning shot, a wolf twining around a witch, so many delightful things in volley after volley of destructive energy. Things were going rather well, our armies cutting through the deception sorcerers until we saw him where he fought. I'd assumed that his fighting was weak since he'd used it so rarely, but instead he was immaculate in form and function. He fought without the grimace of ecstasy most mad mages had. No, he killed without any compunction whatsoever. He was out for a dull game of golf. Maybe he was mowing the lawn. He didn't care for the lives or deaths around him. He didn't engage emotionally in the violence. It wasn't his passion, his interest. It was tricky because we couldn't directly engage him, not without it hurting Penny. I began casting a spell that would bind him to the debts, but I wasn't a tax collector or the Darkside equivalent. Did they have IRS? I worked with those two Darksiders, spelling and counterspelling, disappearing and reappearing, fighting multiple mirages, that sort of thing. At least I could kill the lies that wore Sooth's face. How was Zack doing? How long would it take to get her and escape? What if he couldn't find her? He had to. There was no other option. There it was, my opening. I would bind him, force him to undo Penny's curse, and tie him to this world so he could never touch Penny and Dayside again. Sooth lifted his head like he heard something from far away, and then he vanished. I screamed, for a moment losing the song, the melody. Signor gripped my collar and stepped through side. We came out at Rosewood where the delivery truck was parked. I stumbled, then whirled around, my sword blazing. "What's your problem?" "The same as yours. Sooth. Where is she? We have to get to her before he shreds whoever you sent to retrieve her." I licked my lips. "You aren't her friend." "On the contrary. That's precisely what I am. That's what she needs from me, so that is what she'll have. If she needed a master assassin who could tutor her in the death arts, I'd be that. If she needed someone who could tuck her into the dungeon every night." I hissed at him while the world grew green. Penny. I couldn't give in to the dragon, the possessive jealous rage that threatened to overwhelm me. I had to find her. I had to find her. I had to protect her. I had to love her. I climbed into the truck and snapped my fingers, summoning a Darkside map. I had a holograph lollipop sticking out where Zack knew she'd be. Signor took off, grinding gears and shifting down as we headed down the alley towards a building. We left Dayside before impact.
Deadly Morsel, Chapter 31. I didn't have anything better to do, so I took apart the phone. There was so much touchy tech in it. I really should have left it alone, but at least it would keep me from getting too bored. The energy in the walls was stringy enough by the time I started reassembling the phone that I could connect the woven energy to the phone. It would be completely useless, a phone infused with mage energy from Signore's brother. What could that possibly do? Still, it was interesting to weave it in with each tiny piece. When I was finished, I started calling people. It didn't work. Of course not. It's not like I'd get reception in a different world. When I called Zack, it rang once and then he hissed, "Don't call again," before hanging up. I blinked at my phone stupidly before I called him again. "Zack, I get that you're upset that I'm not marrying you. But since this is me giving you my number, I thought you'd put your jerkness aside." Apparently, I was wrong. Zack's utter silence on the other end went on and on. "Penny, where are you?" "I have no idea. It's a stone hall, 20 by 30, no windows, no doors, nothing but stone and energy. How is this phone working? You did something weird to it, didn't you?" My phone was off. You shouldn't have been able to call it. "Seriously, my father kidnaps me and you complain about me calling you. Issues, Zack. You've got serious issues. Tell me about it. The thing is, we're sneaking around in the dark of this big old mansion in Darkside, and I'm pretty sure we're about to trip several spells. So you calling me, while refreshingly fun, is also kind of lethally dangerous. Whose mansion are you sneaking around in? Whose do you think? I've analyzed the structure, sent little explorer bots through the whole thing, and there's no stone hall. Not much stone anything. Hold on. Penny?" Missy's voice was soft and careful, like she was afraid of waking up a monster. "Missy, what are you doing in Darkside with Zack? He's a completely unstable mage." "Tell me the shape of the stones, Penny." I turned to stare at the wall. Small, fist-sized mostly. They're all stuck together with some kind of cement plaster stuff. Color? Gray? Blue, gray, or brown gray? I rolled my eyes. Blue, I guess. What do the rocks taste like? Seriously? I licked a rock. Salty and chalky calcium bicarbonate? Thanks. She clicked off, and a second later, the hall tipped sideways, sending me rolling across the floor and into the wall. I barely landed on my feet. It tipped back the other way, and I did not land on my feet. Ow, my poor head. Lucky I had so much hair to cushion it. I ran over the shifting floor to the corner and wedged myself in as well as I could. My phone rang, but before I could figure out how to answer it while hanging onto the wall and floor, it exploded, and the walls exploded outward in a circle of dust. I closed my eyes, coughing until the smoke cleared enough that I could make out 3 enormous eyes above me. 2 were lightning blue, 1 a smoky gray. I pointed up at them. "Zach, you might want to watch what you eat. You're gaining way too much weight." He put his hand down, and I climbed onto his massive palm. I could see every pore, every line. He put me inside the collar of his mech suit, before turning and then froze. My father was enormous, too. I was starting to feel a little bit small. "Give her to me, and I won't kill you." He sounded so serious. He was smiling. I hated that smile. That was my smile. It looked so wrong on him. Not a chance. Zach was so cocky. I loved that about him. My dad walked closer, hands opening and closing. No idea. Penny did something to the energy wards, hooked them up to her phone or something. She's fairly terrifying. What about you? How did you shrink her? My father laughed, short, sharp, then moved, lunging forward and spearing a spell towards Zach. The spell was pale blue with orange sparks. It never hit Zach. Missy stepped in front of him and held out a piece of paper. The spark struck that and recoiled, wrapping around my father instead. He clenched his teeth, face going all white and bulging while he stared at her. "You've broken a law," she said in a sing-song voice. "You must pay for your crimes." A wind rose, nearly blowing me out of Zach's mech collar. Figures swirled around, then solidified, cloaked men and women that surrounded my father. The creation of an aberration is strictly forbidden. You must pay the price with your life. It was almost a rhyme. He rolled his eyes and glared at Missy. "You're Narcolo's little pet. You will die very soon." Missy shrugged and turned to look at me with a peculiar quirk of her eyebrows. She mouthed, "Come here," and then turned back to smile at my father. Zach walked close to her. I slid out of his collar, down the plates of his suit, running until I reached his fingertips and leapt, barely catching hold of Missy's hair. It was too silky. I threaded through to the collar of her dress. I had to get my father to touch me. Right. We could salvage the plan, maybe. My father looked between the two of them. "You came here alone. What an arrogant cur." His tone would have been more condescending if he wasn't being jabbed and poked by fingers that made him flinch. They weren't actual flesh and blood, probably. What were they going to do? Follow him around, poking him with ghost fingers for the rest of his life? That would be incredibly annoying. You couldn't get anything done. "Enough," he chanted, swirled around gracefully and brought his arms down. The figures melted away, leaving him with a smile that I really, really hated. Missy shouldn't be here. We could not sacrifice her to save me. Nope. My dad muttered a short spell and things got really weird for a minute. Until I slid off Missy full-sized. I pushed her behind me and turned into smoke and ashes. I would have killed him, but Zach dragged me away from him, using these energy beams to hold pitch. "If you kill him, you die, Penny." My father laughed while I struggled against Zach's hold. "Your little mage is quite right." The little mage pointed at him and pulled the trigger. The explosion around my father was very pretty. Zach grabbed Missy and me, and then the rockets on his boots went whoosh and he went zooming towards the wall. Then the boots went out. We all crashed on the ground, my cheek getting nice and splintered from the very poorly sanded floor. So the room was covered in shelves with knickknacks. Apparently, I'd been inside one of them. It was a wonder they'd been able to find me at all in that mess. It was messier after Zach, Missy, and I took out a shelf holding incredibly ugly ceramic teapots. Zack came up with a roar, shooting spells and tech spiders at my father. Missy was still, her pretty pale wrist flung out on the floor. Missy, I straightened and ripped my dress down the front while the tool flickered in my hand. Black spilled over me, darkness that breathed like a live thing, flickering and humming as I stood and stretched. My father, I wouldn't kill him. I'd just rip him apart and turn him inside out. I slashed across his stomach, ripping through his clothes. Zachary Stoneborough wouldn't stand a chance against a sorcerer in his house. But me, I was his flesh. I was his blood, and I was Serene's precious baby. Forget about getting him to touch me. I made him bleed, the smell sweet in the air as he spun to face me. I wasn't anything he could face. I opened my mouth wide and bit off his face. You. A tiny part of me flinched from the blood on my tongue, but that part, wanted to dance in his blood until it filled this room to the brim. He fought me, bringing up a sword, moving like water, spelling me, but his spells couldn't catch. Not with the protection spell on me. You can't destroy me without destroying yourself. Is that what you told Poppy? I slashed through his face, energy and darkness ripping deeper into him. I would pay for that. I would feel it. But not now. I never met your friend. He gasped and stepped back, raising his hands. The spell didn't hit me, but Zack. He rose in the air screaming while ropes of pale light strangled him, squeezed the life out of him. I screamed and attacked my father, my vicious, evil, wicked father. His skin melted away, but Zack's screams were louder than mine. He'll die for you, he said with a smile beneath his dripping flesh and blood. The smile made me hesitate. I turned to see Zack. The bonds of light were piercing through his skin, growing through him like vines. I screamed and whirled on my father, but I somehow managed not to touch him. Let him go, or I swear I will destroy you. I don't care if it kills me. I don't care so long as you're dead. He snapped his fingers and Zack fell to the ground, bleeding, unconscious, his mech suit completely mangled. I pried off plates that were crushing him, buried into his skin and flesh. I kept flickering in and out of existence. Anger, rage, grief. I screamed at my father for a long, long time while I ran my hands over Zack, pulling out the pain, the damage that my father had inflicted so easily, crushing his flesh like it was inside a tin can. So many talents, sweet child, he crooned. I hissed at him. Now then. That's when the walls broke and a horde of zombies came in. When I say horde, not 100 or 200 thousands of creatures that weren't just moaning, gurgling, reanimated corpses. No, these were formerly dead mages who could cast spells. Not particularly good ones, but the kind that made walls shatter. I grabbed Zack and Missy, channeling pitch to do something useful as I headed through the zombie horde. For some reason, desiccated flesh was less revolting than my darling daddy. There was Carl on a hill in the gloomy reddish light. He wore a long coat that fluttered in the breeze, but he seemed to be reading a newspaper while he waited for us. The zombie horde split, letting us through, but holding my father back. He hadn't expected zombies. Neither had I, come to think of it. But I'd take them. Zack came to and blinked at me where I held him upside down over my shoulder. He flipped off me, landed on a zombie that crunched kind of disgustingly. Sorry, he muttered as he shook off the rest of his mech suit and then hit a button or cast a spell, and voila was in a brand new one. Or old one. Or old one. I don't keep track of all his mech suits. What happened? I didn't answer him. I was still pitch, but if I started thinking, really noticing Missy's limp body beneath my other arm, I'd leak pitch and collapse. I was going to be angry and strong until my father was dead. I ran faster. Finally, I reached Carl, swung Missy down, then turned to see my father throw his arms wide and knock all those zombies back in an epic explosion. The ground beneath my feet shuddered. "Zack, take us home." He shook his head. "We're in his domain. He won't let me step through side, not with you. I keep trying." I bit my bottom lip until it started bleeding. "Can you take Missy?" Zack glared at me before he shrugged. "Maybe." "Take her. I don't think she's dead." "She's not," Carl said with a nod. "I'd have reanimated her already if she was." "That was so you, I couldn't even." "Great, go." I handed her to Zack. He stared at me, eyes flickering blue before he whirled around and vanished, leaving me with the necromancer. "Are you hungry?" I brought some jerky. I shook my head, focused on channeling Pitch. I had to fight him. I didn't have anyone but Carl left. "Can you escape?" "Sure. We're close to Deadside." I nodded, took a deep breath, then turned to smoke and ashes. I was going to end the plague that was my father. I ran through the zombies, twisting among them, reveling in their darkness, their single-minded death. My father was waiting for me. I screamed and charged him, then pulled up as a brown truck apparated right in front of my nose. It smelled like flowers, roses, and carnations. I leapt to the top, then ran along the length of it, slid down the windshield towards my father. But Signor's fingers were on my wrist, yanking me back while Drake stalked forward, his eyes on my father like he didn't see me. No. My father would rip him apart. Drake couldn't fight that much magic, not in his own domain. "You owe me." Drake's voice was a growl that sent a trembling rush through my bones. "Drake?" I gasped as I twisted, trying to loosen Signor's grip, but he knew darkness. He was the prince, and I wore his brother's ashes. I hissed at him. "Karamaya, you can't destroy him. Not like this. Is that why you didn't kill me? Because I'm your brother's energy? Are you going to eat my heart?" "I don't have to eat your heart when you gave it to me. I feasted on your love for years and years. Stop trying to hurt me. It will only hurt you. He is the enemy, not me. Not to you, never again." I snarled at him, but I couldn't escape, and I was about to lose Pitch. I had to fight beside Drake, but Signor wouldn't release me. "Huntsman," my father said with a smile, so creepy. "Welcome to my home." I apologized for the mess. He turned and lopped off the head of a zombie who had somehow come around him, through the shards of broken pottery and other kitschy stuff. "Don't apologize. It's our fault for dropping in uninvited." Drake whirled around with his arms crossed, then brought them around in a complicated pattern. My father stiffened up as paper chains wrapped around him. He raised his eyebrows, slightly surprised as he was bound by the debts. He took a step away from Drake, then was dragged back by the paper chains. "So many debts." He smiled at Drake. "I really enjoyed working with you. Are you certain you don't wish to be my ally? I could let you have her, and you, Signor, that's what she calls you, isn't it? Big brother? Really? I suppose parts of her resonate that way. You want me to take the energy out of her? Do you want me to give it back to you? That's what you're here for, isn't that right?" Signor growled and his grip tightened. "Ow! Pitch! Don't think!" "Fight! Too late!" Pitch was dripping out of me until I felt my face slash apart. Signor pulled me close and stole the pain as easily as if he were blowing out a candle. "Don't heal her so quickly, Signor." Signor growled at my father, showing fangs. They were so sharp. "Huntsman, do you agree to ally with me? You haven't swung your little sword at me." "Oh, you think you've caught me." My father yanked on the paper chains and then stepped out of his body, leaving the husk behind. He shook out his jacket before smoothing his hair with his hand. For a moment, his skin was translucent before it was once more fully flesh and blood. I looked from the sorcerer, wrapped in paper chains, to the one who stood flexing his fingers. Well, that sucked. I put the ring on my finger, and suddenly my father froze. He swung around to stare at me. His eyes burned icy and sharp. "What did you do, witch?" Wow. Someone calling me a witch. Like it was an insult. Also like I wasn't mostly not a witch. I lifted my hand, showing him my ring finger. "I got married. Congratulate me." The world swirled around, and the paper chains blew off the false sorcerer, blowing around my father instead, along with more papers, more and more and more that drifted through the zombie horde like flocks of pale birds. The sickly green horizon spread towards us. A figure outlined in that swelling wave of gangrene. My Darkside husband's rack took shape against the sky as he came closer. He was bringing hail with him, pushing into my father's domain. Soon, we'd all be at his mercy. I dragged Signore closer to my father where he stood, papers plastered to him while the chains crept over his ankles and wrists. "Dad, release the curse." He focused on me. "Why should I do that?" "Otherwise, I'll torture you," Drake said with a lazy smile. "I'll shrink you and dress you up in adorable outfits. He'd look so nice in pink, don't you think, Penny?" His hands shook as he held the sword. "Why was that? Was he afraid?" He glanced at me, and the anger in his eyes stole my breath. So beautiful. "Wife." Hale's son's voice was a rumbling roar that rustled the papers that threatened to bury my father. Only his head was poking out. Signor put his palm over my stomach. "You may not claim the prize without settling with me." I scowled at him. "Seriously?" He winked at me and smiled slightly, showing his fangs. I elbowed him in his stomach. Ow, rocks. He had the nerve to pull that pain out of me. "You married her behind my back?" My father laughed. "She must have been desperate. Very well. I admit when I've been outmaneuvered. Know this, Green Mage. Even after I remove the curse and return her magic, you won't be able to kill me without killing her. The making of an aberration ties us irrevocably." He started humming terribly out of tune. Then I felt sunshine spread through my stomach, dripping down my back as the curse finally shook free and disappeared. I stared at Drake. I had no curse. "Remove your hold on Jasper," Drake said. My father nodded. Suddenly I felt the bond throbbing in my shoulder. Strong and rich, deep and whole. I reached back and just touched that bond, holding Drake even if I couldn't reach him. He gasped and trailed his fingers over his chest. "You've released Huntsman. You won't have a second chance." "Naturally. Unless you'd like to swear fealty to me or something." My father had an idiotic sense of humor. Also, he should stop smiling. Drake looked at me with those eyes, glowing and beautiful. He was free to marry me. Give her back her magic. My father removed the necklace, knocking off papers that immediately clung to him again. He held it out to me but hesitated. "You don't want it. If you take magic, power, you'll lose love. I gave you the energy. Either you give it back to me for this magic, or I keep it." "You don't get to choose that," Drake growled, eyes gleaming while his whole body trembled from holding back the rage. "It's my energy," Signore said. "I could hold her magic to be divided between her children." My father frowned as he stared at Signor. "Her children are yours? Do you think she could survive 7 sons of darkness? Huntsman wouldn't like that. But how long before he's lost in the dragon? This hasn't been good for his self-control. All this rage. All these other sorcerers touching his precious treasure. No, not good at all. Penny, do you choose magic? I'll give it to you to decide." "I'll give it to you to decide." If you take it, you'll rip all of these mages apart. They won't lift a hand against your darkness." "I'll take the magic," the son of Hail said, stepping forward, hand outstretched. "I am her husband." "I am her husband. As an aberration, she requires a protector. I will protect her and the magic." I shook my head. "Seriously, no. I don't want anyone managing my magic like I can't handle it. Give it to me." My father tossed me the chain. It flew through the air, and the chain wrapped around my hand, the two ribs dangling down. I felt the power of it. Power and something else. Madness. I could bring Poppy back to life. Not like a necromancer, like going back in time and fixing that tourney. The first one where I let Pitch take the glory. Soak it in until there wasn't any room for anyone else. I closed my eyes and saw that world, Poppy. Both of us with magic, me able to spell myself, to manage the curse, to unravel it with my mother and Poppy. I wouldn't be vulnerable. I wouldn't need a mage or a husband. I wouldn't need a Poppy. The power and darkness filled me with this maddening euphoria. I didn't need anyone, anything. Nothing could touch me again, hurt me again. I wasn't a magicless witch at the mercy of the merciless. I was the goddess of death and destruction. The world would bow to me and pray for mercy that I wouldn't give. "Penny!" I opened my eyes and saw Drake. The world around us was dark. So dark and filled with the buzzing of a million chittering spiders. He'd hurt me. I would rip him apart for that. I'd hurt him until he'd lost his mind, until he would never think a single thought that wasn't mingled with me and pain. It was like Teddy and his death dragon. "Don't do it," the whisper came from my left. I turned to stare at Poppy. She smiled so big and crazy, but her eyes were sad. "Why not? You left me. If I take the magic, no one will ever leave me again." She sighed deeply. "My mage was going to turn me over to your dad. Once he had me, he'd be able to find the way to your mother's house. I couldn't resist Mitch. Did you like him? He's so full of pain. That's magic, penny, pain, and madness, not love and happiness. Your magic, the real magic is that you take the pain and madness away and replace it with tea parties and kindness. You're enough, even without magic." I shouldn't have fallen for Mitch. He spoke such words, and I have the heart of a Darkside witch. You have his brother's energy. She gestured to Signor where he stood, frozen. Like everything was frozen. Drake Hailson, like everything was frozen. Drake Hailson, my father, all wrapped in the darkness, thick with my anger. He's been using me for so long. He poisoned me and then poisoned me against you. She shrugged and did a little spin like it wasn't interesting. Your mage will turn into a dragon without you. He'll chase you into the darkness and lose his light. His joy, the two of you will destroy this world, maybe all the worlds. I shook my head because that was ridiculous, but there was so much darkness, but I could see through it, like the darkness was my eyes, my presence, my will. I could swirl around Drake and taste him, his rage, his fear, his hope, and unwavering love. I would destroy him. Even if I didn't finish him off, just kept him to twist and torture. He'd break from sorrow as I became like his mother. Everything he loved and couldn't save. I shook my head and gathered back the darkness, pulling it back into those tiny gold-plated ribs. I fell to my knees as I wrestled with the massive power until with a whooshing sound it was in and the world became normal again. You know, if zombies and a blown-apart mansion are ever normal. I turned and gripped Signore's hand, digging in my nails. "Swear you'll hold my magic without using it and return it if I ask you." "I swear." His blood burned my skin, burned and burned as I wrapped the chain around his wrist. After that was a bit odd. A dragon came roaring out of the sky. Signor shoved me at Drake, who caught me, then leapt up, somehow landing behind the enormously beautiful creature's head. I looked down as the dragon rose higher in the air. the wind cold but Drake so warm, his hands clutching at me like he was afraid that I'd fall. I held onto his arms, worried that I'd turn around and take that magic again. I was normal again. Without magic. Just some stupid herder maker whose biggest talent was in loving the worst people. I closed my eyes tight while the air rushed around me. You're mad to give up your magic. I'd be mad if I kept it. It's not a big deal. You can marry me now. He kissed my neck, his lips warm and trembling. But I don't have to. You have no curse. Your mother's going to show up soon to rip apart your father. Do you want to stay and watch? I'd rather do something else. He pressed his face into my neck. His heart pounded behind me, and my bond mark burned against his chest. I still want to marry you. That's why I gave Signori my magic. I don't want you to stop loving me. He gripped me tighter. You shouldn't have to give up anything for me. Who told you I loved you? You did. Don't you remember? He sighed and rubbed his nose over my skin. You mage swore me. You aren't even a mage. Didn't anyone ever tell you that? Well, I have Signori's brother's mage energy, plus I'm an aberration. That means something. I dropped my head back against his shoulder and watched the vast expanse of sky spread around us. I'm so tired. That whole thing was such a mess. It was the worst plan in the world. I think in the future I'm in charge of planning. Are you? I must be in charge of making clover crowns for Lester. In the future. What kind of future is this? Drake, I already told you that I want to marry you. I want to have no more than 10 children with you. I want to live in a cottage in the woods. With 10 children? That sounds sufficiently traumatic. I elbowed him. He gripped me tightly and scraped his teeth along the side of my neck. Penny, you just married another man. Why did you do that? He's my Darkside husband. I'm not going to spend any time in Darkside. I need a Dayside husband who can tuck me into bed. I love you, Drake. I love you, Drake. I love you so much. Here I am, begging you again. He wrapped his arms around me tightly. I stiffened and pulled away as I remembered other things besides the mindless, aching happiness that I was in the right arms, that I hadn't let the darkness swallow me. Missy, is she okay? Missy? Carl said that she was still alive, but... He exhaled sharply, arms tightening around me. Zach will take her back to Narcalo. I'm taking home and will contact Zach there to see how everyone is. Home was an enormous estate spread beneath Jello's wings. That doesn't look like Rosewood. Not that I've ever seen it from this angle. Huntsman Manor. We're going to get married here. Do you want a dress? I like the bustier and frilly slip. Looked particularly nice when you were channeling pitch. Jasper's going to marry us. Unless you'd rather someone else. It's not going to be a good wedding. It's going to be quick. Very quick. I do not trust your father. Not a tiny bit. Are you certain he gave you your magic? It seems like an idiotic thing to wear something like that around your neck. Your father's a lot of things, but careless with power doesn't seem to be one of them. Also, why did you marry that horned beast? Never mind. Let's not think about that. So many things to not think about that. So many things to not think about. His words went faster and faster as he started hyperventilating. Drake! I dug my nails into his hand to get his attention. He glanced down while his eyes gleamed. Are you going to bind me to something? Can you kiss me for just a second? I knew I was forgetting something. I'll need you to keep me from forgetting the important things for the rest of our lives together. He brushed my hair back, cupped my face with his shaking fingers, then kissed me. It took slightly longer than a second.
Deadly Morsel, Chapter 32. The front hall was bedecked with pale streamers, millions of petals strewn over the marble floor as I walked in with Penny just behind me, in case Soothe was here, of course. My father came forward with arms outstretched, dark red mustache twitching. "Welcome home. You defeated the sorcerer. I didn't exactly expect that, but it's just as well. Penny, dear, you look like you could use some refreshment. Where would you like to have the ceremony?" I narrowed my eyes at him. Was that really my father or hers? I cleared my throat while my heart pounded. What? Zach, let me know how things were going. You should marry now, yes. Was there a trick? I looked at Penny and tried to smile. I had her. As long as I didn't let go of her, we'd be fine, whether he was Soothe or not. Right. I thought Jasper would be here and you'd be gone. No offense, but I know you have a lot of things to do, like not be here. Penny elbowed me. Are you usually that rude to your father? I frowned at her. You're just defending him because he has a mustache. And yes, I am. He may not be throwing fireballs at you, but you watch him point that mustache in your direction also. He could be someone else. She tilted her head as she stared at me. You're really, really adorable. I almost forgot how much. Drake, let's get married. I swallowed and leaned my forehead against hers. Okay, nothing else mattered. Not even a little bit. Jasper appeared in a cloud of sandy-colored smoke wearing a kilt. Odd. I'd never seen him in a kilt before. What had he been doing in Scotland? I'm here if you'd like to make use of me. Actually, my dad said, smiling in a not nice way. You're fired. Sorry, Jasper. But it's come to my attention that huntsmen should actually be in the hands of huntsmen, however good you are at being concerned at just the right things. I knew that's why my dad hired him. If it was really my dad. Jasper raised his eyebrows and looked surprised more than concerned. Apparently he didn't see this coming. Sir, you're going to personally manage affairs. Personally. That's such a big word. Yes, I am. I, Track Percival Huntsman, will watch over the family estate, the magic foundry as befits my mustache. His oath spread through me in a rush of invisible energy as centuries of huntsmen and the mantle of responsibility that went with them settling around my dad. It was definitely him, not Soothe. Probably. Drake, would you like him to stay for the wedding? I asked your grandfather come to do the honors. I stared at him, the feeling of huntsman still echoing in my chest. No, sir. Isn't he a statue somewhere? My father laughed too loudly and his mustache twitched. Unfortunately, no. Ahem. Jasper, thanks for coming. I suggest you take that mountain of money and assets you've been collecting and start your own family. You may go. Now. That last word was hard. Jasper took a step back and then vanished with one last concerned glance at me. I held Penny's hands tighty. As long as I had her, I didn't need anything else, even Jasper. The door rang, and with a gesture of my father's hand, people started coming in. People? The devil of Darkside and Penelope Rose were sort of in that category. The tall Darksider who looked like Count Chocula had his wife's hand in the crook of his arm, her lilac ensemble slightly clashing with the blood-red vest beneath his black coat. Penny's grandmother gave Penny a startled look. Darling, what are you wearing? Good thing I brought an emergency tea party outfit. Penny beamed at the old lady who was looking less old, more ageless. Was someone slipping digits into her oatmeal? The devil of Darkside looked so suspicious. How could a sweet old lady handle him? I turned to smile at Penny. Penny got her sweetness from that woman, but she was a world changer like Penny had changed my world, my life so completely. I don't want to let you go. What if you don't come back? Away from my magnificent allure, you might come to your senses and refuse to marry me. I'm a bit of a mess. I believe someone mentioned the dragon, the thing about me maybe turning into one and going off to destroy and recreate worlds. That kind of thing. It still felt awkward to talk about what had been taboo for so long. She gave me a quick kiss on the cheek. You already are my dragon. Whatever happens, I'm not going to let you go. You can help me dress. Penny, her grandmother, sounded so shocked. I laughed and kissed Penny's hand before somehow releasing her. I couldn't walk around holding onto her for the rest of my life however much I wanted to. Go ahead and put something less comfortable on. HM. That's an idea. I winked at her and she blushed. Oh, I love the way she blushed. I'll be right back. It'll take just a second. My grandmama's magic. Don't change your mind while I'm gone. She gripped my lapels a little bit forcefully, as though I'd ever jilt her again. Just then the door rang, and this time it was the pale-haired Serene. She floated through the door with Revere a step behind her. He looked slightly beyond panicked as Serene greeted her mother. Mother, you're with that old devil. Father, come to sink your claws into Penny, have you? The devil of Darkside grimaced, then lunged for Serene, strangling her, no, actually hugging her. Serene laughed and wrapped her arms around her dear old daddy as they spun around. Everyone else froze, waiting for the blood and gore, but no, it was only a terrifying assassin being affectionate. Terrifying. My dad glanced at me, then cleared his throat. I'll order more refreshments. The full-length mirror in the hall shimmered and my darling aunt stepped through, pulling along her husband. He looked less nervous than a human should look, with dark hair and twinkling eyes as he adjusted his tie. Hi, everyone. I heard there was a wedding, my aunt said, raising her chin like someone might throw her out. Grandfather is performing the ceremony, I told her. I expected her to bolt. Her face went pale, but she shrugged carelessly. Perfect. Oswald and Serene. How nice to see you. No children yet? You aren't getting any younger, Serene. My soon-to-be mother-in-law stepped away from the devil of Darkside. I don't make the best mother. You would be much better. Haven't you had children? I always thought you would make a wonderful mother. My aunt clenched her fists, apparently finding that utterly insulting. Come along, Madame Rose said, tucking Penny's arm in hers and leading her away. I sighed and let Penny go. She kept looking back at me over her shoulder, eyes wide with intense emotions, happiness mingling with terror. Yes, that was exactly how I felt. I squinted and spelled the wall so I could watch Penny in the other room. Madame Rose spelled Penny into a tea party outfit with layers of ruffled petticoats that were slightly overwhelming. It would look very nice on my floor. I inhaled sharply and barely noticed the next knock. Haven't been here for ages. Shouldn't you have someone sweep the floor? Not to criticize, but it's a bit of a mess. I frowned at the old man wearing a suit coat instead of a blanket. Yes, that was the same fellow as Madame Achilles' friend from the sheaves. I thought you looked familiar. He glanced at me with sharp eyes. The incompetent thief. Hopefully you're more capable of stealing her heart and keeping it. I glanced at my father. His face was intentionally still. Thanks, Grandpa? Thanks for coming on such short notice. Which side was he on? He didn't quite look like my father, but he was so ancient it was hard to tell. Also, he could be a great-grandfather or something. He was Darksider, definitely Darksider. Maybe. The old man sniffed and took his place at the head of the hall in front of an enormous vase of peonies. It seems there's been some struggle to make this marriage stick. I'll make a point of it. No intruders, he said with a dark scowl at everyone present. Penny came in and stared at him in open fascination. You're Drake's grandfather? You're perfect. Drake, can we get a nice family portrait after the ceremony? I blinked at her, I suppose. Just to be clear, you're my mother's father. The old man hesitated. That's what the wife says. You know these Daysiders, not to be trusted. You watch your wife. Too pretty. Aberrations are always prone to wander. I beg your pardon, Grandmama said from behind Penny, frowning sternly at him. He stared back before he sighed heavily and bowed. 1,000 pardons, Madame Rose. I didn't know that I was in the presence of a legend. The devil snorted so his narrow nostrils fluttered. Aren't you married, Icar? Flirt with your own wife. My father clapped his hands. Excellent. So glad to have you all here. Shall we proceed before anything else happens? Everyone here? Don't really care. All right, you two, over here. Excellent. Proceed, father-in-law. I stood in front of the bottom of the stairs in the hall, hands outstretched, waiting for Penny. She took her place and smiled a fierce and wild smile that made my heart pound and chest ache. I was about to legally become property of Penny Lane. The old man I didn't know and certainly didn't trust held out his hands. "Place your hands in mine, please." Penny stared at him before placing her hand carefully in his massive palm. I hesitated before I put my hand in his. It felt like a trap. Was he Soothe? Maybe he was one of his minions and was going to poison me or Penny. Penny hated being poisoned. Pain. That's what it was. Ow, I tried to rip my hand out while Penny did the same, her writhing and grimacing matching mine. I couldn't do any spells on him, not when he was filling me with that rush of pain and something else, something that tasted like being tied to a tree. Finally, the pain stopped and he let go. "You're married. Very married. It'll take some doing to end it. That's all then. Did someone mention refreshments?" "Don't you need to ask them?" my father asked with a flicker of panic in his eyes. He wasn't the only one. I did. It was all in their heads. Didn't you hear them? He's going on in a mindless panic in case I'm the deception sorcerer, or you are, or someone else, everyone else really. He'll have nightmares from Sooth for a good while. Other than that, he's thinking about bedding her after the wedding. Look at that blush. Like my dear daughter, he smiled at me gummily. As for her, I'd have to be dead not to hear her heart singing every time he looks at her, which is constantly. She's almost as anxious as he is about it not actually happening. It is. It has. You're married. Now refreshments. I stared at my hand, the left one, the golden light embedded beneath the skin. It was a wedding band with elaborate Celtic knots. I didn't think of rings. You aren't getting those off. Hopefully you don't change your mind. Refreshments. My father rolled his eyes, breaking his mature facade for a moment before he escorted my grandfather in the direction of the conservatory. Missy Penny said, gripping my hand. That's right. There were other important things to worry about now that we'd gotten married. Had I really gotten married? I pulled out my phone and called Zach while I eyed my blushing bride. Would she think that was too anticlimactic? Maybe we should have gotten married on Jello. No, done was better than proper presentation, at least when it came to such a slippery topic as the marriage of Penny Lane. Hey, how's Missy? Where are you? Did you get Penny out of Darkside? Yes, we just got married. By my grandfather. Apparently I have one of those. My mother's side. Terrifying. Missy. She's fine. Only slightly concussed. Narcolo is fussing over her at your hospital. He might kill you if he sees you. You're married? I don't feel married. Oh, the contract. I only had to think about it, and he inhaled sharply. I take it back. She's really married and under our protection. Drake, I think I'm going to have a mental breakdown now. Keep her safe. I'll see you in a few days. Don't let me know if something goes wrong. Also, your armies are still fighting in Darkside. Do you want me to do something about that? Tell me no. I'm married to her, not you. I'm not your lackey. Tell Penny she owes me some serious crafting time. Also that I'm happy for her. And now I have her number even if she did blow up her phone. I'm going to send her disgusting mage stuff all the time. And you, Drake, be good to her. Or bad so I can rip you apart and take your place. I didn't get to say anything because he hung up, leaving me reeling. He sounded as breathless and panicked as I felt. I really was married to the most precious, delightful, beautiful, brilliant witch in any world. She was mine, legally, lawfully, forever embedded in my heart. Missy's fine, I said, slowly lowering the phone. Slight concussion. She's in the hospital. Oh, the fealty. Hold on a second. I closed my eyes and concentrated. I unhooked the fingers of awareness, letting them slip away, Rosewood students and Zach. He was hard to shake loose out of my head, but it was a great weight lifted when he went. I inhaled deeply and looked at Penny, my wife, who was staring at her finger, at the beautiful colored light that twined around and beneath the skin. My mouth went dry as I stared at her. My wife. My heart battered my rib cage. It was my duty, my pleasure, to adore, protect and follow her on whatever mad goose chase caught her fancy. Such a fancy witch, my aunt said beneath her breath, but she smiled at Penny. It didn't look entirely forced. I'd forgotten that she existed. I'd forgotten about everything other than the witch at the end of my hand. I swallowed. I forgot to wear a top hat. Were we taking a photo? I promised a photo. We'd better get refreshments before my elusive grandfather disappears. He'll stick around as long as there's pastrami and rye that was my father. But yes, let's get a photograph, he raised his voice. Into the conservatory, if you'd be so kind. Penny would like a family photo. The devil went stiff, but his wife patted his arm and smiled demurely, but there was steel beneath that smile that made him relax under her direction. The next few hours went by in a swirl of photographs, toasts and spontaneous duets, one by my father and Revere while my grandfather played the piano. Their tone was so extraordinarily excellent. The two would come up with some brilliant spell work. If my father's expression was any indication, I wasn't the only one thinking such things. That was wonderful, Penny said, slipping her hand in my elbow, pressing her side against mine. I didn't know Revere sang. And your grandfather plays like a dream. This whole thing is like a dream. A very strange dream. It couldn't possibly be real, could it? She sounded slightly nervous. I exhaled and kissed her fingers, brushing my lips over that soft, perfect flesh. It was so nice that Signor had taken away all the after-effects of her pitch, except that her pain was mine to erase, mine to devour. No, but it is anyway. I spread her fingers with mine, gripping her hand tightly. Do you want me to sing for you? With all these people? I'd rather we were alone, she blushed. Would I ever get tired of her blushes? No, it was time to see exactly how far down that blush crept. I glanced around at the strange group that somehow hadn't gotten violent. We'd been here long enough. Your brilliance knows no bounds. Come on, I dragged her out the French doors and onto the patio lit with a million stars and smelling like honeysuckle and jasmine. I took a deep breath before I sat down and took off my boots. What are you doing? She asked, hovering over me, her adorable ruffles brushing my ear. Shh, very important things. She giggled. Really? Are you sure? Very. I stood up, my boot laces knotted together over my shoulder. Now, wife, I show you exactly what I'm made of. You said singing, didn't you? Do you want excellent singing or bad singing? Bad would be better. Then good. Definitely good. I sighed and caught her, throwing her over my shoulder before I dug my toes into the old mortar of the stone wall. I climbed, singing as well as could be expected while she giggled madly, her petticoats blocking my vision and feet kicking in the air while her hair trailed down behind me. I only used a little bit of magic to keep us from falling. I was that amazing. But the singing was less than superlative. Luckily for me, she wouldn't notice the difference. I finally made it to the window of my bedroom, muttered an unlocking spell and pushed it open. I fell over, twisting so that she'd land on top of me on the floor in a tangle of limbs that I never wanted to unravel. Drake, you're the best climber in the world. You can climb up to my Rapunzel tower no problem. You're even better than a prince. Her golden curls hung in curtains on either side of my face. I took her around the back of her long, elegant neck and drew her down to kiss me. She tasted sweet, but full of this terrified energy, like I felt. I kissed her harder, rolling onto her as I tried to make it real. This was real. Each touch, each kiss, each moment here together. Real. We'd made it to the bedroom stuff. I pulled away and caressed her face, her neck, shoulders. Penny Lane, I adore you. Huntsman? Yes. She smiled and tugged on my nose. You and your freckles. So adorable. I'm Penny Huntsman. I have no idea where the name Lane originated. I think it really did come from a song or something random. I love you, every day. Her eyes gleamed with emotion as she gazed at me, her heart in her eyes, ready for me to devour. I kissed her face, her nose, her eyes, her chin, her cheeks, and then her mouth for a long, long time, then her throat, and the expanse of the shockingly low bodice. Your grandmother's taste is peculiarly apt. Apt. What a strange mage I've married. Strangely irresistible. Strangely stylish. Wait a minute, I stood up and unbuttoned my shirt. I shrugged it off quickly and then unzipped my pants and tugged them off. Penny's eyes got large and larger while her blush burned her cheeks as she stared at my shorts with a dumbfounded expression. Your panties are pink, shorts, or boxers, or underpants if you must, but not panties. I struck a pose that was both heroic and manly. She giggled and blushed and giggled some more, covering her mouth with her hand before she could gather her composure. Ah, thanks for clearing up that extremely important point. Drake, you just took off all your clothes. Not all. I left my panties on. Your turn. Do you need help? I could light your clothes on fire, although I hear you're better at it. She gasped and twisted her hands together. I guess I can, get undressed. Are you going to stand there, watching me? I nodded. I'm not going to look away from you ever again in case some scratcher comes and steals you. I frowned furiously and went to her, touching her face, her arms, kissing her wrists and brushing her hair away from her face. Penny, tell me that no one will ever take you away from me. Tell me that I'm too terrifying and powerful for anyone to attempt it. Don't remind me of Mitch or Signor or your Darkside husband. He doesn't even have a name. What kind of a man who doesn't even have a name to give you marry someone? Seriously, he's just. She slid the shoulders of her dress down her arms, revealing her singed and blood-stained bustier. I'd already seen her in it, but somehow it didn't diminish the impact. She was so beautiful. She let the layers of skirt pool around her bare feet, and then she was in pink polka-dot panties and her bustier. We match, I breathed. She nodded, and then she put her arms around me and kissed me. I lifted her up and carried her to the bed. It was high and hung from the ceiling. Of course. What other kind of bed would I have in my mansion? It swung as I slid her back, then climbed in after her. Her long bare legs beckoned me closer. I slid my hands over her skin, so much skin, higher and higher until I reached the line of her exquisite pink panties. The scent of her, the feel of her, everything combined into one dizzying ecstasy beyond words, beyond thoughts, beyond consciousness.
Deadly Morsel, Chapter 33. He fainted. It was the cutest thing. Him in pink boxers, completely overwhelmed by my incredible legs. I sighed and hauled him up so his head was on a pillow. I smoothed his mussed hair back and rubbed a spot of soot off his chin. Then I slid off his bed, leaving it swinging in my search for serious equipment. I settled for a Sharpie. After he had a beautiful mustache on his upper lip, I curled around him and his pink panties. It had been an extremely long day, but I'd done it. I'd married a mage. A beautiful, wonderful mage who would always keep me on my toes until death did we part. I was so happy, I couldn't bear it. I wrapped him in my arms as tight as I could until he started turning blue. Death by love. It would be a good epitaph. I relaxed my grip on his throat and snuggled into the contours of his body. No epitaphs for Drake. No epitaphs for Drake, not for a really, really, really long time. He had to give me 50 grandchildren first. 3 days later, I stood in the enormous garage beside Drake. Go ahead. Pick, he said. I glanced at him before I slowly made my way down rows and rows and rows of immensely pretty machines. I stopped in front of a sparkling green roadster with curved fenders and white wall tires. He stepped close behind me and wrapped his hands around my waist. His lips brushed my neck and I shivered. I'd never get tired of this. Excellent choice. Come on. His lips brushed my ear, and I almost turned around and dragged him back to his room, but it had taken such a long time to get out of it. He let go of me and went around to the passenger side. He got in and moved the seat back to make room for his long legs. I licked my lips and stayed where I was. I don't know. Penny Huntsman, how are you going to drive me crazy if you don't know how to drive? It's easy. Like falling off a dragon. I went around, sliding my hand over the sparkling green metal. What if I hurt it? It spelled. Also, if you didn't notice, I have a few extras lying around. He winked at me. I stood there on the outside of the driver's door, just staring at my ridiculously beautiful husband. He matched the car, his dark red hair burning against his fair skin, eyes glimmering with energy and specks of green. We'd sort of stayed in his bedroom for 3 days. Apparently, that was as long as he could manage to stay in one place at a time, no matter how active he was. He'd been very active, he was. He'd been very active. His smile sharpened. You're blushing. Are you worried that I'll take advantage of you? It's impossible. These seats are far too close to the windshield, and there is no back seat. I rolled my eyes and got in. I sat down, fiddled with the seat for a minute, before I put the keys in the ignition and then killed the car. Drake laughed a lot in the process of teaching me not only how to drive a car, but a standard with clutches and things. I didn't crash it immediately, mostly because I couldn't get the thing started. After we made our way jerkingly out of the garage and down the driveway, things got a little bit easier, at least until we got to the first stop sign. And I killed it. The car, not the sign. Drake laughed, but it wasn't a mean laugh. It was delighted, like he loved hearing gears grind horribly. He watched me while I drove, his eyes light, steady, constant, loving. He loved me. Nothing else mattered. It took 4 hours to get to Rosewood, but by the time we pulled through the gates, I was more than semi-proficient at the entire process. I drove right towards the green and the witches and mages milling around. When they saw me coming, they started running. I was laughing when I hit the gas and spun the wheel. It was totally an accident to jump the curb and cut across the grass. I swear it. When I saw Zach, he was just standing there, straight ahead, arms crossed, eyes so lightning blue he was going to flash me to ashes. Except I was going to hit him with the car first. I spun the wheel and slammed down the brake while working the clutch. The car growled and grass flew. When it came to a stop, I used the momentum to vault over the side and onto the green. I spun around laughing like a completely crazy person, then bent down to fling grass in the air while Zach stared at me, covered in bits of grass, while the t-shirt of his favorite video game character was now nicely sprayed down by dirt. I danced around, unable to hide my glee as I hugged myself. I threw my head back and yelled into the sky, I will never be carsick again. I wish I could say the same. I looked over my shoulder, and Drake was taking his time getting out of the car. His face was a little bit pale. I bounced over to him and took his pale face in my hands. Are you okay, darling? His eyes went glittering green, and then he pulled me against him, kissing me like no one was watching. Zach started clapping, slow and loud to press home the point that we weren't alone. I didn't care. I kissed Drake back in earnest until he pulled away. He slung his arm around my shoulder and started walking over to Zach, who still hadn't budged or so much as brushed the grass off his nose. How are things? Drake asked, all casual. Zach nodded like that was an answer. He looked a little bit tense. Cool, Drake said and nodded back. I hear you killed it in the tourney. Zach shrugged like he was too cool to talk. It was starting to feel awkward, and that was before my hip came to life in flaming agony. I licked my lips. Hey, Zach, are you going to give the bond to Drake? Zach's eyes went like a wild tiger about to scratch me into confetti. Grass confetti. Grass confetti. I couldn't stop myself. I picked the piece off his nose. He flinched like I'd punched him. That made me punch him. He oomphed and folded in half. I hadn't realized I was upset. 1 second, I'm macaroons and bonbons happier than I've ever been in my life. And the next, Zach is standing there watching me like, I don't know. But I didn't like it. He straightened and his glare was open and seriously pissed. You want to fight? Fine. Rosy against the match suit. 48 hours from now, Winner gets to decide what projects we work on and who leads for the next 6 months. He turned and stalked off. I turned to stare at Drake. What just happened? He gripped my hands, tugged me close for a kiss so sweet, my toes curled, and it almost didn't matter that I had 48 hours to finish the mech suit, and Zach had who knew how much work on me. If Zach got to pick our projects, I'd be working on boring, ugly, stupid mage tech that lacked any kind of sparkle. Not really, Zach was brilliant, but he was a much better assistant than I was. Drake laughed and tugged on my curls. You're going to be working in Zach's lab for the next few days, aren't you? I'll bring you lunch and make out with you from time to time. Go on. I wrinkled my nose at him. No, it's fine. He can win this one. I'd rather check out your bed, or mine, or both of them at the same time. I winked at him, super subtle. He smiled. This smile that was both sharp and dangerous. He ran his thumb over my bottom lip, and then stuck it in his mouth like he liked the way I tasted or something. It's in the contract. As much as I'd prefer exploring beds, I'm not the only mage bound to you. At any rate, you know how much I hate losing. Make me proud, Lollaparl. I frowned as he pulled away and went back to the car. He wasn't wrong about the contract, but he loved me. He couldn't just leave me here. Where are you going? I'm going to park your weapon of shock and awe in the garage. Then I'm going to take care of business. Mage stuff, corporate stuff, school's biggest deal stuff, you know. Making sure that everyone knows that just because I got married doesn't mean I don't still run the world. He winked at me and swung his long, lean body into the driver's seat. Not too lean. No, very nicely muscled in just the right places. Every place. He was so beautiful, my dragon, who would let me go play with Zach instead of holding me in his clutches. Did he mind? There was something tight about his jaw, but he drove around me and off the grass, leaving me alone like it wasn't a big deal. I wasn't sure I liked it. Him just letting me be my own person instead of eating me like a morsel, but it was probably healthier. He wanted me to win. Oh, I would. Zach's mech suit was going to seriously cream Rosie. I had to pick the lock on both Lilac Stories' Commons door as well as Zach's room. Seriously, I shook my head and turned the knob, walking into Zach's room like I belonged there. It was the only mesh lab I had. He looked up from the counter where he was working on this metal sheet, inscribed with glowing lightning. What are you doing here? He was so grouchy, and he wasn't wearing a shirt. I put my hand over my eyes. Put on some clothes. I'm a married woman. You think I'm going to let you choose the next 6 months of projects? Not a chance. Aren't you on your honeymoon? I lowered my hand, but it was worse because he'd turned to face me. I brought it up with a jerk. Seriously, Zach, you're wasting my time. He snorted. Deal with it. Some girls like me without a shirt. Don't you dare start this. I don't have time to rip you and my chem girls apart. I went to his closet and grabbed a shirt. Putting it on him with my eyes closed was a little bit challenging, particularly when he kept ducking away from me until I had him pinned against the wall. You are so ridiculous, he said, but he let me pull the shirt over his head and feed those strong arms through the sleeves before pulling it down over his chest and stomach. You want to touch me? I jerked away from him and glared after he was safely covered, like I want to touch someone who's letting other witches look at him. He raised an eyebrow. Really? You care why? I don't. Except a cold chill went through me, and before I knew it, I was ashes and death, and he was on the floor beneath me. I hovered over him, staring into those lightning eyes that glared back fiercely. You belong to me. I didn't sound like it was debatable. He smirked. Do I? I smiled back at him, and then things got spotty. There was the taste of blood, and Zack, and the smell of chicken soup and cookies and warm fires and apple cider, not smell, taste. It mingled beautifully with the blood on my tongue. His tongue. I rolled off him and stared at him while he sat up with that Peter Pan face. Pitch's bitch scratched into his forehead. Only a slight red line, but I needed to touch it. Now, I climbed back on top of him, cradling his head in my hands as I put my forehead against his and stared into his eyes. Say that you'll never be with another witch. I sounded like death, pain, all those things Zack loved so much. Why? He pressed his forehead against mine. Such a hard head. Because you belong to me. If I don't, I'll probably crush your skull. My hands were in the perfect position. What was wrong with me? Pitch, probably. Also, my completely bananas assassin mother and sadistically psychotic father. Also, the Prince of Darkness, Vampire King's brother's evil energy. You want me to say it? Or die? He smiled and his eyes went soft. It was his sweet boy, nice smile I'd fallen for so long ago. I won't ever touch another witch. I put his hand on my hip and closed my eyes. My fingers wrapped around the scar on his wrist. The circuit clicked, and the itchy aching changed to a feeling of peaceful happiness. Suddenly, he shoved me off him. He stood up, and his eyes were bright and fierce. You mage oathed me. I can't even think about thinking about another witch. How did you do that? He got a stunned look and stuck his tongue out, going cross-eyed, trying to look at it. That made me giggle. He turned to the mirror and stared at his still bloody tongue. You managed to cut into my tongue with your teeth in a mage oath. Penny, sometimes you really, 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 really make me happy. I blinked at him. What? He whirled around and took 2 steps closer to me to shake his finger in my face. I belong to you because you want me. No, I don't. He crossed his arms and lifted his chin, nostrils flaring slightly. Then explain why your teeth engraved a mage oath on my tongue. How to explain something I didn't understand. I didn't. You don't remember. It was pitch. Like the time with the Sharpie? He gestured to his forehead. No, I don't want you. I need you. See, different things. I guess it was a mage oath because otherwise it would be kissing. I'm not going to kiss you. I'm married to Drake. I don't care what's in the contract. He stared at me for a really long time before he finally blinked. You're going to be kissing my butt after Rosie beats the crap out of your little mech suit. Little mech suit? Eclairs and petite fours. He was going to pay for that.
Deadly Morsel, Chapter 34. Somehow I left Penny in Zack's hands. I had a nice little meeting in my room with Teddy, Ian, and Lester to talk about security. When can I touch her? Teddy asked, not the kind of security I was thinking about. I snarled at him and Ian cuffed Teddy's head, shaking his own. He meant to ask, how is the married life treating you? Ian said, draping his long golden body over the couch, more seductive than he'd been for some time. You too. I ran a hand through my hair. How often would Penny have to touch them? How could I possibly bear it? Leaving Penny, letting her go to Zack, had been the most difficult thing I'd ever done. Maybe I was just getting soft from having my way with her every second of every day since Penny had married me. I rubbed my ring finger and felt the pleasant burn. I needed to touch her. I needed to do more than that. I needed to claim her and make her mine, keep her, hide her away so nothing could ever touch or hurt her again. Except me. It's fine, Teddy said, smiling with his perfect mouth as he read the possessiveness in my eyes. It should be a few weeks before the death takes over completely. I've just become accustomed to having the full faculties of my mind and will. It gets addictive. As long as it's not Penny that gets addictive, only sanity, I should manage it. Later. After she's won the idiotic bet with Zack and has spent a week in my bed. Or 2. Ian nodded. You wanted to discuss security? Her father should be keeping a low profile with Serene Knight released in Darkside. She's causing a few messes. Really, I knew Serene's reputation, but I'd met the woman, and she hadn't been that terrifying. Ian shrugged. She's gone up against the Prince of Darkness a few times. I blinked at him. How did that go? Do you want to see? As a matter of fact, no. I wanted to find Penny and drag her into my bed, after I'd removed Zachary Stoneburrow's head from his body. The contract made it clear that he could do more than work with her. Let's go. Darkside felt different. I'd been wrapped up in Penny for too long. It tasted more bitter in my mouth, the sky dimmer and the glowing horizon less tantalizing. We were on the border of darkness, Signor's domain. There were armies gathered around a crater. Ian and Teddy pushed through the men until we were on the edge. Down below, Serene was dancing with Signor. Not that kind of dancing, the kind with blood and pain. There was a shimmer to my right and Revere took shape. How are things, he asked, glancing at me with his knowing eyes. I smiled at him so hard my teeth cracked. He's doing great. Ian put an arm around my shoulder. I did not rip his arm off and beat him with it. So great, Teddy agreed, putting his arm around the other side. When I turned to snarl at him, his smile was malicious. He was doing this just to make me lose control. Why would he want that? What are they doing? I asked, nodding down below while I shrugged them both off me. Penny's magic. They're fighting over possession of it. She clearly gave it to Signor. But Serene is her mother. With that magic, she could do terrible things. From where I was standing, that whirling white cloud of death could already do terrible things. She moved beautifully, like Pitch in some ways, not entirely like Pitch. Serene was mesmerizing in a different way, a way that was more like Penny in a rabbit sun bathing suit. I glanced at Revere. Did he notice the way the armies were watching the fight between my mother-in-law and the Prince of Darkness? He couldn't enjoy watching the creature of blood and stone touching his wife. He's as immune to seduction as you, Revere said, like he was reading my mind. Also, he's being gentle with her for Penny's sake, not for her own. I hissed. I was trying to not think about Penny, particularly her with another mage like Zack, or Signor, or the 2 idiot dragon mages who wanted her to touch them. My hands were curved into claws. The dragon had been so far away when she was in my arms. She fit so perfectly, like we'd been carved from the same piece of marble. I sighed deeply and watched Serene whip around and send a long spray of blood from Signor's throat. How long have they been at it? 2 days, Revere said. How long do you think they'll keep going? Revere sniffed his thin nostrils. Unless we get a hint of where Sooth's at, I don't see her getting bored with it. She can't kill him, and he won't kill her. That's too bad. Maybe I could help her, Teddy said, death welling into his large, beautiful dark eyes. I put my hand on his chest. You heard her, Deliverman, and she's never touching you again. He exhaled his disappointment. Perhaps we could offer a treaty. Ian's eyes were golden as they watched the granddaughter of the most notoriously seductive witch in the history of Darkside whirl around in that mostly sheer white dress. He wasn't paying attention. I shrugged and stepped off the edge of the crater, sliding down it in a puff of dust that made my eyes water. I sneezed a few times as I walked closer to the pair. How are things? I asked, just to be sociable before I drew my firesword and attacked. I didn't particularly have a target. Anyone was fine. The main thing was to distract myself from the idea of my witch alone with Zachary Stoneburrow, who had all the rights in the marriage contract he'd allowed me, which was all of them, as well as the contracts he'd made with her in their working alliance. Signor turned to me with a snarl while red flared in his eyes. This was personal. He didn't like me smelling like I'd been rolling around in Penny Lane for 3 days. I grinned because someone should be jealous of me. Serene attacked here and there, but Signor and I were clearly focused on each other, leaving her a little bit out until she got bored and folded her arms, watching us slash at each other, and in general act like a couple of mad sorcerers. "What are you doing here?" she asked, her voice as compelling as a voice could possibly be. I looked at her in spite of being immune, and so did Signor. She looked at me, her dark eyes like holes into the pits of hail. "You left her alone. The threat of danger isn't over. It will never be over. She's a treasure of worlds." I dropped my arm and let my sword go out. "She's with Stoneborough." She lifted her chin as she studied me. "Jealousy eats at you. Possessiveness. Greed." So much dragon she smiled brilliantly before she turned and sauntered away. I glared at her back. I was trying not to think about it. "She's safe." Signor's growl was so dangerous. I rolled my eyes. "Yes, unless she manages to blow herself up, which isn't entirely impossible." I turned to walk away, and he grabbed the back of my shirt, whirling me around. His eyes were so red, so black, so swirling and unstable. He needed to touch her, too. Otherwise, he'd forget that he had a conscience and take her, make her his stone bride, and never let her see the sun again. I punched him for needing her. I punched him again. And again. He just stood there, taking my assault until with a scream I stopped, breathing hard. He said in a gravelly voice, "Don't hurt yourself. Wouldn't want to mar that pretty skin." "You're egging me on? Seriously? Do you want me to eat you? That will give me indigestion." He smiled and shook his head. "You're doing very well. You're clearly very happy. I would never do so well if I were as happy." I nodded like that made sense. "I am very happy. Why are we talking? I liked it better when I was breaking my fists on your face. Remember how happy you are when she has to interact with others. Every touch will be like acid in your soul, gnawing on your happiness. If you lose control, become the typical possessive sorcerer, Zach's contract isn't the only one you have to worry about." "You said something about a blood contract." He smiled, sharp and feral. "So far from human. I wasn't talking about myself. Her Darksider husband. You are correct, however. If you try to keep her from her protectors, you will be deposed as her consort." "Consort?" "I'm her husband." His eyes gleamed. "Are you saying that she'll take another consort?" I opened my mouth, then closed it. He was talking about who was Penny's lover. Darksiders were so annoying. "If you'll excuse me, I'm going to go taste her skin with all of my teeth." His snarl was vaguely satisfying as I stepped through side and came out in the hall outside Lilac Stories. I went inside and didn't knock when I threw open Stoneborough's door. Penny was soldering something while Zach etched spells into a piece of metal in blue lightning. They weren't even touching, but I was still jealous. I bent my lips to the back of her neck and pressed the softest, sweetest kiss I had to her skin. She sank against me and kind of deflated, like she'd been stressed out waiting for me. She turned off the welder and took off her mask before she turned to say, "I gave Zach a mage oath on his tongue. With my teeth. Does that count as kissing?" It was an accident. I stared at her while I struggled with the white-hot fury that began to curl and burn green around the edges. "It's in the contract. You can do whatever you like with Stoneborough." I winced because I hadn't objected to that clause when it had been my name on that line. Turnabout really didn't feel fair. I carefully rubbed a smudge off her nose and then kissed it. She had the most adorable nose in the world. I tangled my fingers in her hair and kissed her again. And again, deeper and more thoroughly, until the counter behind her seemed precisely the right height for certain undertakings. "Do you want to kiss him?" I finally asked after her lips were warm and pliant. She shook her head and stared at me soberly. "No, but I think maybe, a little bit, Pitch wants to rip him apart with affection." "Ah." Pitch. I glanced over at Zach, who was trying not to notice that I was still trying to decide whether or not I needed to kill him for putting his tongue on Penny's teeth. "That makes sense." I kissed her again, deeper, harder, pressing against her until I could taste her craving for me. When I pulled away again, her eyes were unfocused, her breathing unsteady, her chest rising and falling rapidly. She wore the outfit we'd been married in, and it was already singed around the ruffles. I rubbed a blackened rose petal between my fingers as I rubbed my nose against hers. "Penny, you married me for no reason other than that you wanted to. If for any reason you change your mind, I'm not going to stop you." Wouldn't I? Hopefully she never called my bluff. She pulled away from me, scowling. She had the most adorable scowl. "You say that like you don't care whether I run around with every diabolical mage you know. I care. The whole thing with Zach is kind of weird, him being your backup, and also the alliance and collaboration stuff, but I think that's all I wanted from him, the oath that he wouldn't ever be with another witch. I don't want him like that, I just need him to not be with anyone else." I raised my eyebrows before I looked over at Zach. "Are you okay with that he had to be, because he wasn't going to spend any more time kissing Penny Lane?" However open-minded I was trying to sound, I would not be able to endure finding Penny in his bed. He would die, and she would never look at another creature again. Possibly I'd eat her eyes to make certain of it. Zach laughed, short and hard. "I've never been interested in witches like that. The only reason I ever spent time with them was to piss off Pitch. As much fun as it was, I'm okay with things balanced like this. I get Penny for work, you get her for pleasure." Penny scowled at him. "I'm not a commodity. Also, I'm going into business with Drake. We're going to do deliveries and compete with Signor. It's going to be fabulous." I blinked at Zach while my blood went cold. If she was serious, that would be something. Dangerous. Very, very dangerous. His face went pale and he turned away, muttering about insane witches and his blood pressure. If Penny did take up driving packages to dangerous locations in and out of Darkside, everyone would have to help with her safety. It would be so much easier to keep her locked up in a tower somewhere. I kissed her a little too fiercely and tasted blood. I pulled back and smoothed her hair. "I love you. Work hard and prove to the world that you don't need any mage to be the best." She gave me a lopsided smile, her lids half closed as she gazed at me. She was ridiculously in love with me. I kissed her again before I took 2 steps away from her. Discipline. "I'll bring dinner at 5. Shani is in Granyanis." And so the days passed, Darkside, classes, fighting, business, and strict penny breaks in between. I didn't have any personal contact with Zachary until that beautiful Saturday morning when Penny's mech suit was taken out into the middle of the green, draped beneath a white cloth beside the enormous draped shape that was Zach's special car. Zach came over while Penny talked to Viney, or Viney talked to Penny, Viney's fingers digging into her arm while she spoke in a low voice. I was about to spell it louder, but Zach started talking. "I'm happy." I stiffened up and turned to stare at him. "Why?" He laughed, low, but it wasn't harsh and mocking, cruel and cutting. "Spending days with Penny, all I want from her is her tech, her company. You can keep her body for yourself." I scowled at him. "Her body is infinitely desirable." He shook his head, mouth thinning. "Yes, but I'm saying that I'm not a threat to you that way." "You let her cut your tongue with her teeth." He shrugged. "She had an agenda, and it wasn't to touch a pretty mage. She belongs to you. I'm telling you that I'm not competition." "Fine, I'll believe that you don't want her like I believe that Lester isn't going to cause issues." He scowled. "What about Lester?" I shrugged. "I don't know, but there's something too patient about him." "Didn't I tell you?" "Penny likes him, and she only likes the wicked ones." That could be it. Or it could be that he's looking forward to his alliance with her, working with her mage energy and his magic. Zach crossed his arms and grunted. Not possible after he saw her in the bunny suit. "You saw her in the bunny suit." He glanced over at me, then shrugged and faced Penny. He watched her with a smile that was part amused and part aching, but mostly deeply satisfied. "Zachary Stoneborough, why don't you want my wife?" I finally demanded. "The bonds between us all are very strong. I can feel your emotions and sensations and hers. Between the two of you, I'm left with a surfeit of happiness and contentedness. It's a little bit addictive. Hopefully you'll make her very happy, very soon." I wanted to punch him and kill him and burn him, Instead, I started laughing and slapped his shoulders. It was the contract, page 27. Her grandmama fiddled with it, probably trying to pacify the dragon when she married her mech mage. So my happiness is literally your happiness. And hers. I never intended to be happy, but Penny can't help it when she's with you, and I'm connected to that. I'm not giving you her bond. If I did that, I would be plotting your demise. I'm genuinely not plotting your demise. Isn't that strange? You said that you'd give me her bond after I married her. He snorted and pushed me away from him. You missed the deadline. If you keep the bond, you'll have to touch her periodically. He shrugged. I'll do it while you're watching, if that makes you feel better. It doesn't. What I'm starting to worry about is Pitch. What if she'd prefer you as her lover? Pitch doesn't want a lover, he smiled slowly. She might want an accomplice. Or two. She certainly likes Teddy. His eyes went hard. I think that 2 mages are enough for her. I think that 1 mage is enough for her, but she has to have her deadly dangerous pets. I shrugged and focused on my wife where she stood, the morning sunlight dancing off her red gold curls. She was so beautiful, so sweet, so mine. I shivered from aching. Could Zach feel that too? Everyone was there, ready to cast votes and get a close look at some cutting-edge Stoneborough tech. Zach was usually completely paranoid about that kind of thing, but he managed to control it like I managed to control the urge I had to snap off heads and rip out eyes. Viney came forward, standing between the 2 ominous projects and scowling at the crowd of students, arms folded and shoulders hunched like she was embarrassed to be there. All right, there will be a 10-minute demonstration of each project, and then afterwards, 5 minutes to deliberate before you'll have to split and choose, moving to the side that has your vote. She didn't meet my eyes, instead turning to Oscar and muttering something about how people should stay on their honeymoons a reasonable amount of time. She didn't understand how essential it was for me to not get too used to keeping Penny Huntsman all to myself. Penny Huntsman. I liked that so much. Too much. At that point, Zach gestured, sending the sheet into the air to fly across the green and over the heads of Rosewood students. The machine was ridiculous. Had there ever been anything so ruffled? It didn't look terrible, that was the insane thing about it. These metal fins rippled out of the sides in front of the doors, part ruffles, part torpedo launchers. The whole car was shaped like that, bulbous in front, curving over the cab, then waving back and spreading out like a train in the rear. The whole thing buzzed with tech and magic. Penny started bouncing on her feet and biting her bottom lip as she stared at it. She was in love. She threw me a look like she was guilty for her feelings about the machine, and I smiled. She could love any piece of metal she wanted. She could love any humans too. Maybe Daysiders. As for Darksiders. Zach jerked his head and she took off like a shot, slipping through the open window of the driver's side like she didn't know how to operate door levers. Zach climbed in beside her and gave her terse instructions. In a moment the machine hovered, spun around, then exploded a tree in the herder field. It was so lovely, an explosion of sparks and energy in gold and blue that lit up the horizon. There was a flicker as the car disappeared and reappeared. After that, Penny demonstrated the shielding, which was golden curlicues sliding out of the body over the windows, growing lovely magic vines like a princess from a storybook. You're glowing. I glanced over at Lester. I hadn't seen him during the last few days. He looked shaggier and smelled of formaldehyde. I nodded. It's happiness. I feel practically human with happiness. Isn't that odd? He shrugged his very big shoulders and looked thoughtful. Stoneborough has the same vibe. Makes sense, him being bound to both of you. He'd get some residual, he shrugged. No idea, really. You should record the effects a magicless aberration has on a Daysider. I nodded, then shook my head. Not possible. I'm not objective enough. That is a beautiful machine. It's hideous. It suits her. It has all the Stoneborough tech I've ever seen, and then some. I nodded because Lester was right. It was a demo of the best Stoneborough had to offer, all wrapped up in ruffles. After Viney's 10-minute buzz sounded, Penny reluctantly parked Rosie and climbed out, once more through the window. She sighed as she ran her fingers over the front ruffles herder launchers before she came over to me. She kissed me first thing, running her hands over my chest like she wanted to bury them into my soul. If I had a soul. Oh, I did. It was there in my arms. Enough with the public affection, or I'm puking on both of you, Viney said before she yanked the sheet off the standing mech suit. Penny rolled her eyes, kissed me once more, then turned to the suit. She looked at me kind of adorably before glancing at Zack. Call it. He raised his eyebrows. What? Peter Pence. He gave her the least amused expression I'd ever seen. Seriously. You're so messed up, Peter Pants. The suit shimmered and then it hit Zachary, spinning him around until he was ensconced in what looked like saran wrap, thicker than the usual variety, and not quite as shiny. Penny went over to him and adjusted the nearly invisible panels, and then Zack shot up in the sky. He did a demonstration of the usual mech suit stuff, lots of propulsion and lasers, with his signature mech spiders. It didn't move like a mech suit, though, too organic and supple. The shifting colors were pink, blue, and gold. Really, far too pretty to be a mech suit with an appropriately ominous appearance, at least until Zack hit a button and screams filled the air. Horrible, otherworldly shrieks that made my hair stand on end. Zack came down in a cloud of something that smelled like coconut, and when the smoke cleared, the suit was black, spiked, and had that genie Sasquoi that Pitch had. Ah, she'd made Pitch's partner a matching mech suit. He would never take it off. Viney's buzzer went off and Zack's terrifying black spiked skull face mask clicked back and the whole thing went all pink sunset shimmer again. Zack shook his head while he went to face off against Penny, who was once again stroking Rosie's ruffles. She sighed and faced him, lifted her chin and said, "You win." Zack scowled at her. "I don't think so. You win." "Hold up. That's just gross. Where's the competitive spirit? Witch against mage," Viney demanded. That's when I noticed that most of the witches were gathered on the mech suit side and most of the mages on the vehicle side, although everyone looked kind of confused, like what were these things? Penny shrugged and fingered that ruffle again. She seriously loved it. I would have to ruffle everything. That didn't bother me even a little bit. It's amazing. I mean, the tech alone is perfect, but the styling? Phenomenal. "It's hideous," Zack said. But this he slid his hands over the sunset panels of his mech suit, and they gave off little sparks. "The interface is better than perfect, and you've got kinetic energy transferring through the whole thing to supercharge it. Like the faster I go, the faster I can go. It's like infinitely powered. It's insane. Drake, punch me." I did, because why not, and my strike was transferred into energy that charged the suit in a flash of pink. "Nice. You like the pink, Penny, like me in pink." She glanced at me and blushed. That made me smile a little bit. She'd been thinking of me when she'd been creating those pink panels. I ran my hands over the slick exterior and Zack stepped away from me. Sensory experience without the pain, I asked, because that's how my coat was. He hesitated, then nodded. "Perfect sensory transfer. Penny, you win. You've got the best tech and the best energy." She scowled at him. "Yours is bigger. Yours is more maneuverable. Yours is cuter." He glared at her. "It's hideous. This is so much better." He popped that button and the whole thing went black and spikes came out. She shrugged. "I thought you'd like that, but it's not technically aesthetic. Neither are ruffles." I put my arms around their shoulders. Zack stiffened up while Penny sank against me. "Tie. You can take turns deciding on projects and who leads them. Now, Penny, we really should get to bed if you want to have an early morning at church before the tea party tomorrow." She turned to gaze at me. "It's 10 in the morning." I kissed her forehead, her nose, her mouth, her chin, then smiled at her and wiggled my eyebrows. "So gross," Viney said, while Zack stepped away from me and started fiddling with the tech suit. The crowds were still circling around the car and Zack, trying to get a good look at this glimpse into the inner world of Stoneborough. Zack noticed, and with a snarl snapped his finger so Rosie sparked and turned invisible. No, it was gone. With a step he vanished as well. I took Penny's hand and walked with her, kissing her fingers every few feet because they were so beautiful and delicious, and I'd given her to Zack for 3 days like Zack had given her to me. And I hadn't turned into a ravaging monster. Loving Penny was so good for my soul. It almost convinced me that I had one on my own.
Deadly Morsel, Chapter 35.
Aren't you coming, Penny Huntsman?
I laughed. You keep saying my name. I think you might like it or something. Drake took my hand and raised it to his lips while he gave me a smoldering glance that shifted into a cocky smirk.
Everything of mine looks good on you, particularly me. My name is just one of many things I'm so generous to share. Come on.
He turned and dragged me, but not to Rosewood, to his room or my room. Whichever we were going to move into, but towards the gardens. We walked past the tower, although I slowed down. On the top of the tower, no one could see what mischief we got up to.
Don't dawdle, Mrs. Huntsman.
He quickened his pace, and I had to stretch my long legs to keep up with him. We reached the iron fence that led to the woods, and Drake turned to me. He reached into his inside jacket pocket and pulled out a key.
It's your wedding present. Surprise.
I stared at him and then down at the little brass key that was so simple. Whatever it locked could be picked with practically anything. It's very cute. He pressed it into my palm and wrapped my fingers around it while he gazed at me steadily.
Don't hit your head when you faint.
I smiled and pushed his hair back off his forehead. So silky. I'm not the one who's been fainting lately. He blushed fiery red before he shook his head.
It wasn't fainting. It was a delayed concussion.
Delayed concussion? Oh, that explains it. He kissed me. He tasted like ashes, cherries, and happiness. When he pulled away, his eyes were dark and gleaming.
Yes, Penny Huntsman, you made me faint from desire and terror and anxiety, also from not sleeping for a few weeks. Do you want to see your wedding present or not?
He turned and dragged me towards the fence, his hand around mine where it clutched the key. When he almost ran into the iron bars, the air shimmered and a gate took shape in the fence, narrow with a keyhole shaped like the key in my hand. You gave me a gate. He tickled me on the ribs, his strong fingers knowing exactly where to touch. I shrieked and convulsed until I escaped him through the gate. He chased me down the path that wound through the trees, bushes, and foliage, speeding by me unnaturally fast. He howled behind me, and I ran faster, heart pounding until I broke into a clearing and stumbled to a stop. It was the clearing, the one where a gingerbread cottage should be. It didn't smell like gingerbread, but it looked like it, scalloped shingles all up the front with round stained glass windows like lollipops. Drake wrapped his arms around me and started kissing my neck and shoulder, nibbling and tasting while I stared at the gingerbread cottage. Everything went dim around the edges and my knees went weak, but I gasped and didn't faint entirely.
You love it?
He said, his voice smug before he resumed his consuming of me. I licked my lips, only slightly distracted by his mouth. Teeth, hands. Drake, you built me a house.
I also burned it down, but I rebuilt it after that.
Oh!
Some timbers are still blackened. I thought it added a nice touch of authenticity.
Why did you burn it?
Because I couldn't give it to you when we were going to get married at your mother's. You were so beautiful, perfect in absolutely every way. I've never been so angry having to tell you I didn't want you.
He growled and tugged down the shoulder of my dress so he could taste more skin. I swallowed and relied on his strength to keep me up. But you built it again?
I wasn't going to give you back the jacket, but I owed you a wedding present. I was going to give it to you after your marriage with Stoneborough, a honeymoon cottage. I stocked it with vast quantities of champagne.
You thought I'd want to spend my honeymoon with him drunk?
Something like that.
He whirled me around and slid his hand up my cheek, tangling in my hair while he gazed at me.
Tell me that you love it.
I smiled at him all demure and shy while I glanced up at him through my eyelashes. Love doesn't seem to convey the weight of my affection. I adore it. You knew that I would. I loved it almost as much as I loved him. He nodded and kissed me. His lips were soft, lingering. When he pulled away, his eyes were tender and sweet.
Thank you for marrying me, Penny. I will love you as well as I can. That doesn't mean a whole lot coming from the worst mage in the world, but...
I kissed him. I was not soft, not gentle, and I only pulled away to drag him towards the gingerbread cottage. I hauled him across the leaf-strewn clearing, my skin buzzing and sizzling.
Are you angry? I love it. You should carry me in your arms.
You're my Hansel, and I'm going to nibble you until your flesh falls from your bones. He howled and then pounced on me, knocking me to the ground. We rolled until we came to a sliding stop against the stone foundation of the house. He gazed down at me.
I love you, particularly with dead leaves in your hair. We should do this every day.
I shivered and touched his face with my now dirty fingers. 2 p.m. We'll tuck it between church and tea parties.
You say that like you'll ever let me out of your cottage again, witch.
I stroked his face, tugging on his hair until I stretched up to nibble on his lips. So sweet, soft, wet. And then his tongue was in my mouth, much larger than a human tongue. Dragon. Before I could pull away, he hauled me up and wrapped his arm around my waist, then began walking with me slowly towards the front door. I've been thinking about starting a new business, I said.
Excellent. We're broke. You'll have to support me.
Does that mean we have to sell the pretty green car?
No, it means you should use it to deliver packages. Give Signor some competition.
I leaned my head against his shoulder. The sun was setting, shafts of light hitting the windows and making them glow golden and delicious. How did you know that was going to be my next business move? It's so nice to know that we're on the same page.
With you, my deliriously exquisite bride, happily ever after, as the page will always be on.
A few nights later, I woke up with a nightmare. Poppy falling and falling and falling and falling, and then... I got out of the big, beautiful hanging bed in my very own witch cottage and went to the window, the one that looked out on the waterfall. It was beautiful in the moonlight, more magical than anything. All it needed was a wolf. He slid his hands around my stomach and brushed the side of my neck with his nose, sending a shiver through me.
Are you ready for graduation? I think I'm the first huntsman to ever make it to the end.
I leaned into him. I've tested out everything, you know, for the tourney we're doing tomorrow night. I'm not sure about pitch fighting in a mage tourney, but if you think it's okay...
I do. Your heart is pounding too hard. Nightmare.
I turned in his arms to stare at him. There once was a cat. I'm feeling that way, you know, like it's time to exhume the grave and make sure her body's really there. She could fly. Why would she choose to fall? He brushed my face with his fingertips.
We can go to the old lady directly after graduation. You don't want to go to the party in town, do you?
Not really, but I probably should. Are you okay with Zach building a tech lab at Huntsman Manor? I guess I should ask if your dad is. There will be so much security. He pulled me closer to him.
He doesn't mind a little extra security, not where you're concerned. You're worth worlds. Signore told me that. You know what we should do? Herders? Zach will be so jealous when he finds out what you've been teaching me.
You want to do more herders with me? I stared at the beautiful mage. Part volcano, part dragon, completely perfect for me.
Yes, and then you can arrange a pickup for Signore. Tomorrow night after the tourney, you can dance with Teddy and Ian above the pool hall.
Can I? I wasn't sure about him scheduling my time with other mages. He brushed my nose with his.
Believe me, I would rather eat lava, but the mages need you. Not as much as I need you, but I'm trying to not be the most possessive dragon mage in the world, and that's why I'm dragging you back to bed.
He picked me up and put me over his shoulder while I laughed. The bed was very soft when he threw me on it, and it rocked just the right amount all through the night. The next morning, I waited at the northeast entrance for my delivery service. The brown truck came up the drive right on time. When it stopped with the grinding of an engine in pain, I climbed into the driver's side and handed him the packages. You don't have to get out. How is my magic? Any sign of my dad? How's my mom doing? I haven't heard from her. I'm going home to check on Poppy's grave after graduation. I'll take your pain now. I put my hands on his face and pulled his aching into me. He didn't have a lot of really solid stuff. It was more fresh and lively. Also, it was weird touching another mage, when I belonged so completely to Drake.
Cara mia, marriage suits you well. I have your magic close. Your father siphoned some of it off, so we're trying to track him and it down. But he's not capable of using it as openly, and Darkside is mostly united against him. When are you coming to Darkside?
I don't know. I was thinking of doing a delivery service.
I see. I was talking about your Darksider husband.
I stared at him while I felt a ghost chain around my neck. Was the ring still there? I guess I'll go a year from the time we got married. 24 hours. It'll be fine. Drake won't even notice I'm gone.
I'm sure he'll find something to occupy his mind. How are you going to have time making deliveries with all the tech you're making with Stoneborough? Maybe we can collaborate. There are places where a dragon would be extremely useful.
I stared at the craggy face of my old friend. Why do you have so much fresh pain? He pushed my hair back with his massive hand.
You have a heart that belongs to me. I miss my brother. He was my favorite. You haven't requested a delivery for some time.
I nodded. I haven't had time. Between classes and tech and ballet, I've been kind of swamped. But Drake is learning herders with me. He lowered his ominous brows.
Are they any good?
I leaned closer and whispered, no, but don't tell him. He thinks he's amazing. He smiled at me.
He makes you happy. He broke your curse. He's a prince of a mage. I will see the tourney tonight. I'm looking forward to it.
I gave him a quick hug before I hopped down and started towards the school. I had tech class. The tests were all taken and we got to find out our grades. I didn't really understand the whole grading thing. I passed all of my classes, but I only got a C in chemistry, in spite of acing the chem exam. Maybe it was AC for chemistry.
No.
Zach said.
It's because you suck.
We were in his tech lab working on gear for the mage tourney I would be in. I still wasn't sure about it, but Zach needed pitch. I wouldn't really channel pitch all that much, not to the point of excessive recuperation. Just a nice, friendly brawl. Because pitch didn't want to hurt anyone. Okay, there would be pain and I would cope with it. But I could because Zach would be my Poppy. I wouldn't skin any mages. I'd be perfectly fine by the time we had to walk for graduation. Walking. Such a momentous thing for such a silly word. I definitely would be able to walk after the tourney. Probably. I had a lot mages who could take my pitch pain. Too many mages. I didn't want to dance with Teddy and Ian. People would get ideas. Like that, I knew how to dance. I'd prove them all wrong at the student show. That was in like an hour.
You need to go get dressed.
Zach said, staring at the metal piece he held in his greasy fingers instead of looking at me. I've been trying not to think about this part. Do you think that Drake will care if I really screw it up?
Yeah, he hates not being the best, but you can't be the best at everything. He got you. That's the only prize he needs.
I punched his shoulder. Stop it. You'll make me cry. I'm already feeling kind of weepy. I'm never going to do Tetch in your pathetic little lab again. I'm never going to walk by the flagpole and think of all the good things. The bad things, the naked Zack things. The naked Zack things.
I thought you did that with your eyes closed.
I did. I still say it was an accident.
Don't put it off any longer. You've been practicing with Drake. This should be easy for you.
I nodded. It couldn't be worse than last time. He snorted.
I wouldn't say that. Good luck, Penny. Break a leg. I'll be watching the whole thing from a safe distance. With safety goggles.
Oh, shut up. Okay, so Zack wasn't entirely off. Apparently, Drake had decided to make the student show end with a bang. He'd been working on herders with me, and he'd blended that with some interesting chem stuff, so there were actual explosives during our dance. The whistling, screaming fireworks were lovely, and at the end of the dance, after coming out of our perfect lift, and him dipping me backwards while he stared at me fiercely. I almost did cry when an explosion went off right above my head. Penny Drake forever, in a white blast of blinding scattershot. The letters were crooked, just like my pirouette. He'd be mediocre for me. Publicly. I kissed him. The cheers could barely be heard over the explosives. When we finally walked off stage, I felt a huge weight lift off my shoulders. I'm never going to do ballet again.
Why not? Why not?
Drake asked, pulling me against him and kissing my shoulder.
They say that you're just like a ballerina without any of the grace.
I elbowed him. He oomphed and grinned at me.
I say that you're more like an explosion of glorious shrapnel. I'm going to fight you tonight.
Pitch, I corrected. He shrugged.
She's part of you. I know that you're doing it for Zack, which is annoying, but I'm still going to fight you, and I'm going to enjoy every second of unleashed agony and terror. Hurt me badly, Penny, at least as badly as you hurt yourself.
I rolled my eyes. Empathy doesn't work that way. I can only promise to hurt us both badly. He kissed me and pulled away to gaze at me with gleaming, dark green eyes with specks of dancing neon.
I almost look forward to healing you. I'll distract you the entire time.
He winked, slow and sultry. I blushed. I have no idea what you're talking about. Besides, Zack has to help heal me. He looked hurt.
I'm an adequate healer, Penny Huntsman, if barely. Don't tell me you don't look forward to having a long, drawn-out healing session with me. Any number of females would love the chance to be improperly healed by me.
I grabbed his head and pulled him closer. No one else gets to be improperly anything by you. I forced myself to let go. I mean, I'd love you to heal me, even if it takes a week and we completely miss walking and the after party. It wasn't that bad. Okay, so I was supposed to be Pitch and kind of fight all the mages, and it would be really cool, but every time a mage came at me, Zack would flip on his spike suit and demolish the guy. Finally, I went Pitch on him. And we had a good spar. Afterwards, I did need healing, but not from empathy. Zack belonged to Pitch, so she already had his pain and didn't need to feel it personally. Or something. It's not like there was a manual for aberration witches, without magic, who were possessed with a Darkside vampire prince's energy. Too bad. I bet they would sell like hotcakes. Hotcakes? Mom. Drake never came out and fought me. Not until later, after I was healed by Zack. It was a fight in the woods, in the trees. Tree fighting with Drake, who wore nothing but a pair of leather pants. It was the best date ever, and he didn't suck at healing nearly as much as he used to. When I woke up graduation morning, I had nothing to do besides wash my hair. Drake was already gone. He had to interview candidates for his armies. He was still trying to fix his business, and would do that full-time now while I did tech with Zack. We were grown-ups with real jobs. Somehow, the delivery service idea never really got off the ground. I didn't mind. Not when I had so many other things to do. I'd gotten to choose between living at Huntsman Manor, Stoneborough Manor, or the Old Lady. Security was an issue. I wasn't about to be stupid about my safety, not when Drake would be devastated if something happened to me. I got dressed in a pretty frilly dress that would make my green graduation robe have a weird silhouette, but it would be cute in the after party. I put roses in my hair. The cottage always had a vase full of fresh roses, no matter how many I took out. Drake was a detail-oriented mage. So many details. I was blushing when I looked at my reflection in the oval mirror, roses carved into the golden wood around it. It looked like a magic mirror. I put my fingertips on the cool glass. Drake, if you're listening from the other side of the universe, I love you. I put my robe over my arm and left the cottage Drake had built for me. It was a home, but not because it was beautiful and charming, but because it was where our two hearts grew closer and closer together. Home would be wherever we were. Walking was extremely boring. It consisted of sitting in the enormous auditorium where we'd done our student displays, while the valedictorian gave a ponderous speech about theory and mathematics which Vine kept interrupting with whistles. At the end, Oscar smiled at her, and it was the kind of smile that made me happy and worried for her at the same time. He was her wolf. When it came for me to actually walk up to the stage and take my piece of parchment from the headmistress, I didn't expect the cheers. I froze, staring out at the audience, and there towards the back, a big group of ominous-looking characters cheered for me. My mother was there. My mother was actually at a student thing for me, out of the house. Not running around Darkside all homicidal, standing there clapping next to Revere like she was proud of me. It was the weirdest moment of my life. Signor whistled and stomped like a toreador, and there were all of Drake's rehabilitated humans, including Missy, who hung on the arm of her Darksider like he might run away if she let him go. There was also a fuzzy green elk man with a towering rack of horns. He stood at the very back. He nodded at me before he vanished. One moment there, the next gone. His rack totally made up for my own lack of one. I shook my head and focused on the headmistress. Thank you. She nodded and sent me on my way. I somehow ended up with Whitley Penmore behind me.
Your life is about to get interesting,
she murmured through her tight smile.
Hopefully it isn't as disastrous as your mother's.
I shot her a look. Was she jealous that I had Drake? Probably, but she'd fight with me against Darkside to protect our own. Daysiders had to stick together however much you wanted to rip them apart. I like to exceed expectations. It'll be twice as disastrous and 3 times as wonderful. I wouldn't want to be bored with utter happiness. She snorted, wrinkling her delicate nose.
Happiness only lasts as long as the goodness of those who have it. Perhaps you'll exceed expectations in the most unexpected ways of all. Perhaps you'll remain good instead of being corrupted by the dark side in you. I'd like to see that. I'd like to see that love and hope and goodness triumph, after all.
I stared at her. Who are you, and what did you with Whitley, the witch we all love to fear? She laughed and looked away.
Everyone reads the fairy tales. It's about time a witch had a happy ending.
Maybe you should be that witch, Whitley. You're a Daysider. You have a soul. You can do whatever you want with your life. You choose the good or the bad. She pressed her lips together but didn't answer me. At the end of walking, a sort of madness swept through the crowd along with throwing robes and hats and other things into the air. There were a few small herders, but nothing good. The auditorium still smelled like smoke from our performance the night before, black cherry and vanilla. I would remember it forever. Like I'd remember the way Drake looked at me as he pushed his way through the crowd, seeing me as if I were the only thing he'd been looking for. He took me in his strong arms. I kissed him, pulling every bit of sweetness and strength from that kiss that I could. He pulled away.
Let's go home.
We already are.
You want to stay, Rosewood?
Wherever you are is home. He smiled and kissed me for a long, long time, but never long enough. The end.